Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Had a Green Lantern Quirk? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 1. Rise of the Green Lantern. They're all gone. I'm truly the last one, Asmo, a pink-skinned humanoid alien said as he stared at the destruction caused by the Great War of the Lanterns. Countless bodies floated about, ranging from anthropomorphic to straight-out beast-like. Some wore green, yellow, red, blue, orange, indigo, and violet. But the thing they all had in common was that they were dead. Power ring level under 5%. Recharge necessary, a monotone voice said, causing Asmo to stare at his glowing, but fading green ring. The ring won't last much longer. With the destruction of the center power battery, all power rings no longer work. Mine is barely hanging on to thread. I'm mustering every ounce of my will to make this last. I have to do this, Asmo said as he pulled out a green glowing ring, similar to his. The final Green Lantern ring, created by Ganthet. With this ring the Green Lanterns can continue on to protect this universe, Asmo said with a smile and a sigh. With a loud scream, Asmo put everything he had, his will, life, and soul, all to create his final construct. An egg-like construct covered the final ring in deep dark green glow. Find the most worthy, Asmo shouted as he depleted all his energy. As his life was coming to a close, Asmo stared as the ring flew millions of light years away, to find the next and final Green Lantern. In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape his sight. Let those who worship evil's might, beware his power, Green Lantern's light. Asmo the Green Lantern said with a satisfied smile on his face, putting his faith into the next generation. Like that the final light extinguished, but this wasn't the end, with one gone the next shall shine even brighter. Here's the sad truth. All men are not created equal. When I was 4 years old, I learned that some kids have more power than others. But that won't hold me back. If anything, it pushes me to do better. So no, I honestly don't think you can be a hero without a quirk, a tall, extremely skinny man with hollow cheeks and long blonde hair said as he stared at a young scrawny boy with long curly hair. I see Midoriya, Izuku said, dejected. Everyone in his life never believed in him. Not his mother, his supposed best friend, and even now his idol, the man he aspires to be like. If you want to help people, there's plenty of other ways to do it. You can become a police officer. They get CRP because the heroes capture most of the villains, but it's a fine profession. It's not bad to have a dream, young man, just make sure your dreams are obtainable, realistic, understand. The man known as All Might said as he coughed up blood. He walked away, leaving young Midoriya by himself. Right, how could a quirkless loser like me ever become a hero? Izuku muttered to himself as he began walking off. No, I shouldn't say that. A hero is a person who does their best, no matter the obstacle, the adversary. I'll prove them all wrong, Izuku muttered to himself as he clenched his fist, vowing to work hard toward his one undying goal. He looked up to notice a green streak in the sky. A shooting star? He asked himself. Then suddenly the streak turned to his direction, flying directly at him at high speeds. Huh! He stared at it in shock. When he tried to run, it was already right in front of him. It looked similar to an egg, but it glowed green. The egg-like construct faded, revealing a glowing jade-like ring floating in front of him. You have been chosen to uphold the duty and responsibility of the Green Lantern, a deep and powerful voice said. What? Did this ring just talk? What kind of quirk is this? Maybe a support item? But it came from the sky and it's floating on its own, Izuku muttered. You must have many questions. My name is Asmo and I am what you call a Green Lantern, a protector of the universe. There were many like me, but a catastrophic war resulted in the death of all lanterns. Leaving me, and using the last of my power, I was able to send the final Green Lantern ring out to find a suitable bearer. It has chosen you. So I will only ask once, do you accept the duty and responsibility of a Green Lantern? The voice asked. Why, you can't be serious, right? This has to be some sort of joke. A mysterious taking ring from space? Yeah, right, Izuku said skeptical. The Green Lantern is a solemn and righteous path. So I ask you once again, do you accept? The voice asked, so you're saying I can be a hero? See, can I actually become a hero? Izuku asked with tears in his eyes. I accept, Izuku said as he fell to his knees. Take this ring and say the oath, Asmo said as the ring floated to Izuku's finger and placed itself there. What oath? Fifth. Repeat after me. In brightest day in blackest night, Asmo said. In brightest day in blackest night, Izuku repeated. No evil shall escape my sight. No evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might. Let those who worship evil's might. Beware my power. Beware my power. Green Lantern's light, Asmo ended. Green Lantern's light, Izuku shouted. There was a bright flash of green light which covered Izuku. When the light receded, there stood Izuku, but instead of his junior high's uniform he wore a skin-tight bodysuit, with the green section covering his torso and shoulders, black arms and leggings, green boots, white gloves, green domino mask, and a chest symbol of a stylized Green Lantern icon on a white circle. Is this really me? Izuku said as he looked at himself. Congratulations Green Lantern Midoriya Izuku, this is my last message. Shine your light over the darkness, Asmo said. I will, I promise. I'll become the greatest hero, Izuku vowed. Greetings Lantern Midoriya, a monotone voice said. Asmo? Izuku asked. I am the designated AI. For Lantern Midoriya, created to help you fulfill your duties as a Green Lantern, the voice responded. So like an assistant? Or even a sidekick? Izuku asked. Correct the A. I replied. That's when Izuku heard it, the sound of sudden explosions. A villain? I wonder what heroes will be there, Izuku said as he made his way to the noise. So, A. What can I do? Izuku asked. As a Green Lantern you can tap into the emotional spectrum of willpower to do anything you can imagine. As long as you have the willpower you can do anything, the A. I responded. What do you mean by anything? Izuku asked. Most lanterns have abilities such as enhanced strength and speed, flight, and green light construction, the A. I explained. Wow, any one of those can be a quirk. Amazing. I have to write this down, Izuku says as he looks for his notebook. Wait, where are my clothes and stuff? Izuku asked. You are currently wearing the standard Green Lantern uniform. The uniform covers whatever you are wearing the moment you put it on. You can remove the uniform by will and can change it to your liking, except for the color, the A. I answered. So you're saying I have my own hero costume, Izuku says. He imagines the uniform off and as he willed it he was back in his regular junior high outfit. I have to learn more about this when I get home. Let's see this villain fight first, Izuku says. He saw a large crowd of civilians had gathered to watch several heroes take on a villain. He even spotted pro heroes such as Backdraft and Death Arms, but none of them were taking action. Izuku, in an attempt to get a better look, moved closer and pushed his way through the crowd to get a better look, and what he saw caused a pit to form in his stomach. There, thrashing in the middle of the street, was the same slime villain that had almost killed him, the one who All Might saved him from. At first he was confused on why the villain wasn't in captivity, then it hit him. When he had grabbed onto All Might's leg, he must have somehow knocked the bottle containing the villain, and now here it was rampaging. It's my fault, Izuku says as he watches the destruction the villain is causing. You've got so much power. I really hit the jackpot. With a quirk like yours under my control, I can take All Might down with one punch, the Sludge villain said with a large grin as he forces more sludge down Bakugo's throat. In the crowd was a tall skeleton of a man with long blonde hair. Must have dropped him in the air. I was distracted, worrying about my time limit. I can't believe I made such a rookie mistake, and after lecturing that kid about what it takes to be a hero. I'm pathetic, All Might thought angrily as he gripped the area of his body that was covered in scars. Why aren't the pros doing anything? Asked one person near Izuku as he fearfully watched the villain struggle. It looks like they've met their match, answered another, plus the villain has a hostage, some kid. This caused Izuku to stop cold as he snapped his head back around to look at the villain. and peering to get a look at the hostage, he was met with the scared and struggling eyes of his classmate, Katsuki Bakugo. Kaken, thought Izuku. Then his body moved on his own. He was instantly covered in a green light, covering himself in his uniform. Another a hero? An onlooker said. I haven't seen him before, is he new? Another asked. Kaken, Izuku shouted as his body began floating and he flew towards the villain at high speeds. Another one of you didn't heroes, I'll kill you, the villain shouted as he sent tendrils of sludge toward Izuku, but he was too fast and managed to swiftly dodge them all. Then with all his strength, Izuku flew right into the sludge villain, grabbed Bakugo and flew out the other side. The sludge villain essentially exploded everywhere, covering the surroundings with sludge. He did it, cheered the civilians as they witnessed the debut of a new hero. Ha! Izuku said as he looked around, and it just hit him what he had done. I'm flying. I'm actually flying, he thought excitedly. But he realized something. I saved Kaken, but wait, doesn't this make me a vigilante? But I had to do something. I couldn't stand by and watch. But aren't I still technically quirkless? So does this count as an act of vigilantism? Izuku muttered to himself. Who are you? Why did you call me that? Bakugo said, still out of breath and slightly in shock. It's me, Izuku. But before he could finish, the true pro heroes yelled at him. Hey you there, what do you think you're doing interfering in hero work? Death Arms shouted at him, obviously irritated. This makes you a vigilante, Kemui Wood says. No, it's not what it looks like, Izuku tried to explain himself. Can you put me down? Bakugo said, causing Izuku to realize he was still flying. He slowly descended, not yet used to the feeling of being in the sky. Now what do you have to say for yourself? Death Arms said as he stared down Izuku. Bakugo was ushered to the authorities to get checked up and treated for any injuries. I didn't mean to do that, my body just moved on its own, Izuku answered. Wait a minute, you sound like a kid. And judging from how small you are, I suspect you are 1 inch, said Death Arms with a stern look. I'm sorry, it was a one-time thing, I promise. I want to become a pro hero, not a vigilante, Izuku said with tears in his eyes. With a sigh, Death Arms took a look at Izuku. You do have a pretty decent quirk, I'll let this slide this one time. But I don't want to see you flying around playing hero, you hear me? Death Arms said. Yes sir, Izuku replied. And lose the costume, go through the proper process of being a hero and maybe even join my agency one day, Death Arms said as he put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. A sure thing, Izuku said with an awkward smile. Now go, don't bring even more attention to yourself, Death Arms finished. With a nod, Izuku flew a small distance away and willed the uniform off. Oh my god, I just saved Kaken and defeated a villain, Izuku said in shock. It was crazy to him how he started his day as a quirkless nobody to a defender of the universe. Congratulations, Lantern Midoriya, the aide, I said. Oh, thank you, he said, slightly embarrassed. On his way home, Izuku thought of what his future entails. With this lantern ring, he doesn't have to sit and watch anymore. He will definitely become a hero. Creator's thoughts. Big underscore papa. So here is a new story for you guys. For anyone wondering about my last story, I just completely lost motivation. Writing another chapter makes me unhappy, so I'm truly sorry guys. This story is something I'm doing in my spare time, just trying to jot down all my ideas through this. 31 comment. Chapter 2, Green Training. Hey Izuku said as he stepped into his house. Izuku, I was so worried when I heard about how a villain took a student hostage and you weren't home yet. Inko Midoriya, a short middle-aged woman with some weight on her and long dark green hair, said as she hugged her son. I'm fine mom, actually more than fine. I met All Might today, Izuku says with a smile, showcasing the autograph he had received earlier. Really? That's amazing honey. How about I make some katsudon to celebrate? Inko declared as she started making her way into the kitchen. I'd love that. I'm going to be in my room watching a movie so it may get loud, he announced. Okay, I'll call you in a few hours, Inko said with a smile. Phew, Izuku sighed as he fell onto his bed. Today has been such a long and crazy day, he said. He then lifted his hand and stared at the green ring. So do you have a name, AI? Izuku asked. I do not. You have the option to name me, the AI replied. Oh, how about Asmo? To remember the one who gave me this ring in the first place, Izuku said. Name granted, Asmo said. So Asmo, tell me more about the lanterns, Izuku said. There were 7 lantern core for each color of the emotional spectrum. Green for willpower, yellow for fear, blue for hope, red for anger, orange for greed, indigo for compassion, and violet for love, Asmo answered. What happened to them? Izuku asked. There was a great war between each lantern corp, thousands died. But that wasn't the end of it. An event known as the Blackest Night arrived. The Black Lanterns with the powers of death awakened and waged war against the already weakened Lantern Corps. All Lantern Corps united to fight against the Black Lanterns and were able to defeat them, but at the cost of all their lives. The central power batteries which powers all rings were destroyed, and like that the Lantern Corps were no more, Asmo said. Wait, what's the central power batteries? And if its destruction causes the rings to no longer work, why can I use mine? Izuku asked. Power rings need to be recharged once depleted of energy. Lanterns get a power battery which they use to recharge, and the corp battery is connected to the central power battery of your corp, which constantly fills it with energy used to recharge. All rings are connected to a central power battery, so with its destruction the rings lost their power. You on the other hand have a newly created ring, a new model in a sense. Your ring doesn't need the connection of the central power battery. Your power battery is independent from the central power battery, also, Asmo explained. Wow, wait, what power battery? Didn't get one when I got the ring, Izuku said, sounding a little worried. It's in a small pocket dimension that you can summon it from any time, Asmo answered. Oh, so how do I summon it? Izuku asked. Just will it, Asmo replied. So Izuku closed his eyes and imagined grabbing something. That's when he felt his hand on something. Opening his eyes, he looked at the green lantern in his hand. So that's where the name comes from, he says, observing the glowing lantern. Ganthit, the guardian and the creator of the ring, imbued an extremely vast amount of energy in your power battery. It should last you a few million years, Asmo explains. Few million? How old are the green lanterns? Izuku asked, quite shocked by Asmo's answer. Billions of years, Asmo answered. Wow. Guess I don't need to worry about my ring losing power then. So how do I charge my ring? And how much energy do I have right now? Izuku questioned. Just put your ring to the lantern and recite the oath. You still currently have a 100% charge as you did not exhibit much of your abilities, Asmo answered. Oh, okay, the oath, huh? Izuku said as he stared at the ring, thinking back to when he first used it. Well, one more question. How powerful are the power rings? Are there any weaknesses? Izuku asked. There is no limit, it all depends on your willpower. If your will wavers, your ring will lose power. The main power of the rings would be light constructs. You can create anything you imagine, as long as you have enough willpower, Asmo answered. So it all comes down to willpower. As long as my will and conviction is strong, then I'll be strong. That's perfect, Izuku says with a sigh. He knows he's not the most confident, but the ring chose himself for a reason. So he's not going to let it down. I'm going to become the #1 hero, Izuku says with conviction. Wait, does this count as a quirk? Don't I have to get this registered? What should I say? Izuku then started with his muttering again. As a lantern you have the option to keep things a secret. If you wish to hide the origins of your power, the recommended choice is to register the power ring as a support item that helps use your quirk, Asmo said. You're right, I could say that I always had a quirk, but it could never activate because I actually needed support gear. Even though I don't like lying, saying that I got a ring from Space Heroes sounds too unbelievable. Besides, what if it falls into the wrong hands, he said. Only Lantern Midoriya may use this ring, Asmo said. That's good to know. With the UA entrance exams only 10 months away, I have to work even harder than others to catch up. They had all their lives to get comfortable with their quirk, Izuku says. Does Lantern Izuku want me to compile a workout plan based on the training regime of the lanterns, based on your body? Asmo asked. You can do that? Izuku asked. Yes, Asmo replied. Then please do, Izuku said. Please hold. Loading, completed. Hero training plan. Duration, 10 months. Results, Basic mastery of all abilities, increase in muscle mass, increase of combat experiences. Intensity, hard Asmo stated. Whoa, you did all that in a minute, that's amazing. Let's start tomorrow, for now I think I need a rest, Izuku says as he closes his eyes, fatigued from the day's events. At Dagoba Municipal Beach you could a young man wearing a tight green and black bodysuit floating while cross-legged with his eyes closed. Create a strong image in your mind. Then using your will, create it Asmo stated. A strong image, Izuku thought to himself. The first thing that came to mind was All Might. The power and unstoppable fist of All Might that smashes through evil. As he began to gather an image his ring shined and a ray of green light shot out and formed a decently large fist. I did it, Izuku said excitedly, but that caused him to lose concentration and the fist to disappear. Focus and keep on feeding your constructs will power, Asmo said. I know, we've been at this for a week now and I can barely even make crude constructs, Izuku said with a sigh as he set himself down. Based on my analysis, it stems from your self-consciousness. As a Green Lantern it's best that you overcome this, Asmo said. You're right, all my life people have told me that I couldn't do it. And even when I have this ring, even when I supposedly have this responsibility, I can't help but think. Am I worthy? Do I truly deserve this? Izuku said. Lantern Izuku was chosen out of the unquantifiable amount of life throughout the universe by the ring itself, Asmo stated. But why me? There are people like All Might who definitely could do more than me, Izuku said. The ring is never wrong, Asmo stated. This lit a spark in Izuku. The ring must have chosen him for a reason. This ring is proof. It's proof he isn't a nobody, a quirkless loser, a Deku. You're right, I'm no longer a Deku. I'm a Green Lantern, Izuku said as his ring shined brightly. Yes, you are Lantern Izuku Midoriya, Asmo replied. Now let's try these constructs again, and this time I'm getting this, Izuku said much more confident than before. So he began creating a construct, still a large fist. This time the process was much smoother and in front of Izuku now floated a foot-tall hand. So he willed one of the fingers to move, and it did. Then another and another, pretty soon the hand was opening and closing. I actually did it, Izuku had a large smile on his face. Congratulations, creating constructs are not an easy task. It takes a lantern years to become a SR, and even then they still wouldn't truly emissary it, Asmo explained. Good to know, Izuku said as he looked at the hand. But then he began to get tired and the hand disappeared. Guess I have a limit, he said, breathing slightly hard. He began to look around at all the trash left behind on the beach. Hey, Asmo. Yes, Lantern Midoriya, Asmo replied. Create project. Clean the beach. Deadline 8 months from now, Izuku stated. Affirmative, Asmo replied. I never really tested my physical strength, Izuku said as he went to an old fridge and lifted it quite easily. Huh. He then proceeded to lift it with one hand and raise it over his head. Stronger than I thought, he said as he threw the fridge a small distance away. Hey Asmo, you said I can do anything as long as I have willpower, right? So can I be as strong as All Might? Izuku asked with a smile. Yes, Asmo answered. This brought a large smile to Izuku. He started to imagine himself punching villains with a power punch and a large smile, shouting, I am here, with his arms on his waist. That image of himself doing that was Izuku's incentive for the next several months. Anytime he wasn't at school or doing homework he was out training, he would even train during class. Creating small constructs to get a better grasp for instant construction. He would also focus a large amount of time training his body to be better physically fit without the ring's power. Asmo explained to him even though the power ring grants him great power, he also needs to be strong himself or else the power would be too much for him. So staying scrawny like he was before was no longer an option, and he put himself through an extremely rigorous strength and endurance training. With the ring's capabilities he was able to undergo training no normal human was able to do, and as long as he had the ring he would be able to rejuvenate himself afterwards, albeit not fully recover. But it was enough so that he was able to continue this every day, but everyone had a limit. Lantern Izuku, your body seems to have reached a limit. Have gone beyond the provided training plan, Asmo said after Izuku almost passed out and threw up after a long run. I need to work hard. Everyone else has had their entire life to use their quirks. I've had the ring for a few months. Not to mention my future duties as a Green Lantern, I need to get better, much better, Izuku explained as he was out of breath. Continuing this way will result in potential negative effects. It is recommended you follow the plan Asmo explained. I guess you're right, Izuku said with a huff and sigh as he gave himself more rests. Izuku not only trained his body, but his mind also. After finding out that the ring holds a database of knowledge acquired throughout the universe, he would spend some of his time studying with it and learning a few fighting styles. But that wasn't the end of it. He also learned that the ring has a universal translator which helped immensely in foreign classes. As for Dagobah Beach, he would use the garbage as target practice for some of his attacks, ranging from regular blasts to creating large fists which he would use to crush and punch the trash to bits. He would also pick it up to work his body without the ring. Like this time passed and the day of the UA entrance exams finally arrived. It's time, all of my training has come to this, Izuku says as he stares at UA entrance. Much has changed from 10 months ago. He's gained a few inches of height, but the most notable change was that he was incredibly fit, surpassing the likes of most boys his age. With a step forward, Izuku started making his way to the exams. Creator's thoughts. Big underscore papa. Chapter So yeah, Izuku's ring is based off Kyle Rayner's. Hope you guys enjoy. Comment. Chapter 3, Exams. Get out of my way, Deku, Bakugo growled from behind him as he bumped into Izuku. This caused him to stumble a bit, but he was able to catch himself before he actually fell. Kaken being Kaken, Izuku said irritated. Are you okay? Asked a girl with a round face, brown hair and a permanent blush. Oh yeah, that was nothing, Izuku said as he scratched the back of his head in shyness. Though he was much more confident in himself, Izuku still has no experience talking to girls. Oh okay then, well good luck, the girl said with a smile as she walked off. Wow, I just talked to a girl, Izuku thought to himself, quite giddy as he made his way to the written exam room. When he entered the testing room, he sat at his assigned seat, but with a groan when he saw Bakugo was next to him. Tisig, Bakugo says, seething with anger. Izuku felt quite awkward being next to Bakugo. He sneaked a peek but came to regret that when Bakugo's berating started. You demon nerd, just wait and watch as I crush like the bug you are. You're just a quirkless loser, Bakugo said. Usually Izuku won't retort knowing it won't end well for him, but now he's different. No, just you watch Kaken. I'll become a hero, Izuku responded. Tisig, I don't know where all this confidence came from. But nothing will change that you're a useless Deku, Bakugo said, even more set off. You'll see, Izuku replied as he started to ignore Bakugo completely. A little while later, the exam started. Due to the facts that he's been studying using the ring's knowledge, the Izuku breezed through the exam. After an hour and a half, everyone finished their exams and it was finally time for the practical portion. Hello there, my little listeners. Welcome to U.A. I'm sure you're all excited to be here. This is where I'll explain everything there is to know about the entrance exam. Cool, right? If so, can I get a hey? Present Mike says, but no one says anything. Keeping it mellow, huh? I'll just skip to the main show then. Are you ready? Asked Present Mike. Wow, it's the pro hero Present Mike. Having heroes as teachers is so cool, Izuku said with admiration. Shut it, Bakugo replied. Present Mike then goes on to explain the practical test in detail. There were 3 types of faux villains, each one having a different point value, depending on their level of difficulty. A video game setting is shown, in which Present Mike fights and defeats the robots to rack up the points, explaining the exam. But check it, keep it all hero. Attacking other examinees is a big he explained. Students are assigned different battle centers from A through G. Bakugo concludes that it's to split them up so that they can't work with their friends. Izuku and Bakugo have consecutive examinee numbers but different centers. You're lucky we're not in the same battle center. I was looking forward to crushing you, Bakugo said. I bet, Izuku retorted. Excuse me sir, but I have a question? Says a tall bespectacled teen. Hit me. Present Mike says. On the printout you listed 4 types of villains, not 3. With all due respect, if this is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. In addition, you over there, the teen points to Izuku, you've been muttering this entire time, it's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. Ida passionately stated. Sorry about that, it's a habit, Izuku says embarrassed. Alright examinee 7111. Thanks for calling in with your request. You see, the fourth villain type is worth no points, and is more of an obstacle thrown your way. There's one in every battle center, and I recommend avoiding it. Present Mike explained with a thumbs up. Thank you very much, please continue, the teen says. That's all I got for you today. I'll sign off with a little present. A sample of our school's motto. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. Present Mike stated, are you ready to go beyond? Plus ultra. He finished his presentation with the school motto. Battle Center B was shown as a large recreation of a city blocked by a gate with the rest of those students assigned to Facility B waiting in a large group. This is it, Izuku said to himself as he tried to pump himself up. He was wearing a green tracksuit with white lines around it. He decided not to wear his uniform as it's not the right time for it. He was confident that he was going to do well, but actions speak louder than words. So he began stretching. He's gotten so used working out that now it's become a habit. Then he saw the brown-haired girl from before. She seems nervous. Maybe I should cheer her up, Izuku thought as he made his way to her. She looks like she's trying to focus on the trials ahead. What are you going to do? Distract her and ruin her chances to succeed? Said the bespectacled tall boy from before. And as Izuku got a better look at him, he noticed how he had engines in his calves. Huh? Izuku was confused. Who is this guy? What is he talking about? Izuku wondered. Begin, Present Mike announced, but no one moved, it was too sudden. What, there are no countdowns in battle? He's right, Izuku said as he started to glow and began to float, shooting into the sky. Soon everyone else began running towards the entrance of the city and began to try and gain as much points as possible. 4, an examinee said as they destroyed a 2-point robot. I can do this, they said, then suddenly a green streak passes them. What the hell? They said shocked. 10, Izuku said as he punched a 3-pointer's head off. He saw a cluster of 2 points and started firing blast at them, destroying them. He saw another 3-pointer and willed a large hand that grabbed it and threw it at another robot. Then when they were about to collide, he created a large spear that shot forward, impaling both robots. 26 points, Asmo said. This isn't too hard, it's only been 2 minutes, Izuku said with a smile as he shot forward as he began destroying more and more robots, creating a Gatling gun that barraged 2 3-pointers, filling them with holes. Whoa, who is that? An examinee said as he saw the way Izuku was destroying robots. The hell is his Quirk? Another examinee said with envy. Slash, Izuku said as he cut the head off a robot with a buster-type sword. 66, Asmo said. I think that should be enough to pass, but I can never be too sure, Izuku said as he continued to destroy robots, albeit at a slower rate as they became harder to find and he was starting to get exhausted. He's never actually fought with his powers before. These examiners have a lot of potential this year, a female voice said in a different room. Indeed, look at that one kid too, what a powerhouse. What kind of quirk is that? Another voice says. Flight, strength, energy blast, and creation. The kid's got it all, a tired voice said, slightly irritated because he feels as though this child will be troublesome. That kid, he looks familiar, a skeleton of a man with long blonde hair said. This was All Might, the #1 hero. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, green light, a strange animal said. This was Principal Nizu. That's it, All Might thought as he finally remembered Izu. But he was so sincere. Was he truly lying that he was quirkless? All Might wondered. He's got skill, but is that enough? Let the real test begin, Nizu said as he pressed a large red button. Back to the students, they were suddenly running away as a gigantic robot appeared, destroying everything in its path. Isn't this a little bit too extreme? Izuku said, shocked as he stared at the giant of destruction. He was about to start running with the other examinees, until he heard it. Ow! A cry of distress. Looking for the source of the sound, Izuku saw the brown-haired girl from before, but this time she was trapped under a pile of rubble about to be stepped on by the zero-pointer. DMN, with no hesitation, Izuku shot off, making his way to the zero-pointer. Think, what can work against this? Izuku wondered. Then he suddenly got an idea. Pulling all of his willpower together, Izuku started to create his strongest construct yet. He grabbed his hand to keep it still. He yelled as the exhaustion was starting to take. Energy output is currently exceeding limit, Asmo said. I'm fine, Izuku grunted. Soon a large drill bigger than him appeared in front of him, spinning rapidly. Fire, he said, and the drill shot forward at fast speeds, drilling through the head of the zero-pointer, passing right through it and leaving a large hole. Whoa, did you see that attack? An examinee said in shock. He definitely got in, another one added. I'm so tired, Izuku said as he couldn't control his flying anymore and his eyelids began to get heavy. Every second it got harder to keep them open. The wind was brushing against his face as he began to fall. Auto shield activated, Asmo said as a green outline began to cover Izuku. Just as he was about to crash, he suddenly got slapped, though he didn't feel it. Then his body lost all weight and began to float. He then landed on the ground safely. It's you? Izuku said with a groan and a sigh of relief as he stared at the brown-haired girl who was currently emptying the contents of her stomach. And that's time, present Mike announced. That was amazing, a student said. Yeah, what a quirk, it's gonna be a breeze being a hero, another student responded with slight jealousy. They're all missing the point. Don't they see? The way he went to save her with no hesitation. If this wasn't a real exam, then I would have done the same. Wait. That's it. The tall bespectacled teen from before thought as he suddenly realized something. Very nice, good work all around. You're heroes in my eyes, every one of you. Here, reward yourselves. Have some gummies, said an old short lady in a doctor's coat and dress. She had a belt with buckle of an R. That mademoiselle, she's the heart of UA. Recovery girl, a blonde-haired boy who couldn't stop twinkling, said. Look at you, Sonny, being a hero. Have some candy, Recovery girl said as she gave Izuku some candy. Oh, thanks, Izuku said as he sat himself up. Anyone else injured? Recovery girl asked. Phew, I did it, Izuku said with a smile. It's been about a week since the exams, and while Izuku's a little confident he made it, he's still nervous. Izuku, honey, you okay? Inko asked as she stared at her son picking at his fish. Oh, yeah, just a little nervous, Izuku replied. I know waiting for results are hard, but just know I support you. And that you're really cool with or without the ring, Inko said with a smile and tears. Izuku already explained to her about the ring and the Gressen lanterns. He saw no point in hiding it as he fully trusted his mother. Thanks, Mom, Izuku replied as his worries disappeared. A few hours later, as Izuku was in his room, his mom called him. Izuku's here, she yelled as she ran to him with an envelope in hand. Taking it and going to his room, he sat down at his desk and took a deep breath. Then when he opened the envelope and out slid a disc. Huh. Izuku was confused. I am here. As a projection, the muscular form of All Might appeared. All Might? But this is from UA, right? Izuku didn't understand why All Might had appeared. You see, I didn't come to this city just to fight villains. You're looking at the newest UA faculty member, announced with his trademark large smile. All Might is working at UA? Amazing! Izuku said excitedly. You not only got a perfect score on the written exams, you scored the highest amount of villain points with amazing 80 points. But that's not it. What kind of hero school would we be if we only judged how well you can destroy some robots? You see, there is a secret part of the exam, and that is based on people would go out of their way to save others, even at the risk of hurting themselves. So we have rescue points, which you got a total of, so in total you have a staggering 130 points, you got in, kid. This is your hero academy, All Might announced. It took a lot of work and help, but I did it. And I won't let you down, Izuku said with tears in his eyes as he stared at his ring. That night the Midoriya household was filled with tears of joy, as both mother and son celebrated. Creator's thoughts. Big underscore papa, big underscore papa. And finally the exam portion is done. Next chapter is the first day of UA. Comment. For comment. Chapter 4, First Day. Izuku all set? His mom asked. Yeah, Izuku said, wearing the UA uniform. A long-sleeve, button-up white shirt, a gray jacket with blue-green stripes, and a red tie with dark green briefs. Are you sure? You didn't just pack action figures, right? His mom asked as she looked at him. I have everything. Now I gotta go, don't want to be late, Izuku said as he made his way out the door. Izuku! Inko yelled out. Yes. He wondered. I'm proud of you, son, Inko said as he cried with a smile. Thanks, Mom, Izuku replied with a smile. He then made his way to the train station, and like that his first day of UA would begin. In the halls of UA you can see a green-haired boy walking aimlessly and muttering to himself. Class 1A.1. Where is it? Izuku wondered. With some help he was able to find his class. Wow, the door is huge. Are there giants here? Izuku asked himself as he walked in. I hope everyone here is nice. Take your feet off of that desk now. The tall bespectacled teen from before at Bakugo. Ha! Bakugo said. It's the first day and you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property, you cretin. The teen said, angry at Bakugo, who wasn't having it. You're kidding me, right? Your old school put a stick up your butt? Or were you born with it? Bakugo responded, irritated. Of course, Izuku thought with a sigh. Let's start over. I'm Tenya Ida from the semi-private academy. The teen, now named Ida, introduced himself with his arm outstretched for a handshake. Sumaya? So you must think you're better than me. I'm gonna have fun, Terran. You a new 1-inch, Bakugo said with a grin. You would dare threaten me? Your own classmate? Are you sure you're in the right school? Ida asked, to which Bakugo replied with a grunt. Izuku didn't want to draw their attention. Those two were extremely bothersome. So he tried to make way to a seat. It's you, Lida said, pointing at Izuku. Oh, hi, Izuku said. Good morning, my name is Tenya Ida, Ida said as he went for a handshake. Heard. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Izuku said as he shook his hand. Midoriya. You realized that there was something more to the practical exam, didn't you? Ida asked him. I don't know what you're talking about, Izuku was confused. When you went and saved that girl, you must have been very perspective. And I completely misjudged you, I admit. As a student, you're far superior to me, Ida states. Thanks, I guess. If you're talking about rescue points, I truly didn't. I just saw someone in trouble and had to help, Izuku explained. If that's so, then you're even better than I thought, Ida said with immense respect. Oh, it's nothing, really, Izuku said with a smile, seeing Ida in a better light. I recognize that messy hair anywhere, green boy, a voice said behind Izuku, and when he turned around he was met with the brown-haired girl from the exam. Oh, it's you again. Nice to see you. I'm Izuku Midoriya, Izuku said. Achiko Uraraka. I should really thank you for saving me. And wow, you were amazing, flying around punching and destroying robots so easily, she said, imitating him a little. Oh, that was nothing, Izuku said, scratching the back of his head. When Bakugo heard all this he was shocked. Flying around? Impossible. He's a DMN quirkless loser, a bug beneath me, he thought, until he remembered the exam results. Seeing the name Izuku Midoriya at the top spot, while he was behind him. Not to mention how large the difference was between them. It set him the hell off. What do you think we're doing today besides orientation? I wonder what our teachers are like. I can't wait to meet everybody, Uraraka said excitedly. If you're just here to make friends, then you can pack up your stuff now, a tired voice said. When the kids looked for where the sound came from, they noticed a figure on the ground covered in a yellow sleeping bag. A caterpillar? Many students wondered. Then suddenly the bag opened and out came a tall man in all dark clothing and a white scarf. He had bags under his eyes, showcasing his tiredness. Welcome to UA's hero course, the tired man said. Who is that guy? Some students murmured. It took 8 seconds before you all shut up. That's not gonna work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that, he stated. Is he some kind of pro? But why does he seem so worn out? Izuku wondered. My name is Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher, Aizawa stated. Many students gasped at this revelation. That's the teacher? Then he must be a pro. The student said. Right, put these on and head outside. We're doing a quirk assessment, Aizawa said as he pulled out a sack of UA gym uniforms. Quirk assessment? But we're gonna miss orientation, a student said. Real heroes don't waste their time on pointless ceremonies. Here at UA, we're not tethered to traditions, so I can run my class however I want, Aizawa explained. This shocked the students as this teacher of theirs seems too strict. But with no choice, the students took their uniforms and went to the changing rooms. Outside, all the students stood wearing a dark blue outfit with white verticals. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives. But you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country's still trying to pretend we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day, the Ministry of Education will learn. Aizawa said. He's right even though I hate to admit it. No one is created equal. I would know, Izuku thought. Midoriya, Aizawa called. Yes, sensei? Izuku was pulled out his thoughts. You scored the highest on the entrance exams. What was the farthest you've ever thrown a softball in junior high? Aizawa asked, which surprised some students and just said Bakugo off. Oh, I think around 60 meters, Izuku said. Try doing it now with your quirk. Anything goes as long as you stay in the circle, Aizawa said as he handed him a ball. Okay, Izuku said as he stood in the circle wondering what he should. He could throw it physically but at most it'll get a couple hundred. To get the highest score he possibly can he needs a construct. You're wasting time, go on, Aizawa said. Anything right? As long as my quirk is used. Izuku asked one more time. Anything, Aizawa replied. You got it, Izuku said as he pointed the ring at the ball and it started to get covered in green energy, building something around it. When he was done, what appeared was a small airplane the size of an arm. Inside the plane you could see the softball. The plane then shot off into the sky. Many of the students gasped in awe. One student looked the most surprised because her quirk is very similar, but even she can't create a functioning plane no matter how small. Impressive. All of you need to know. Your maximum capabilities. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero, Aizawa said as he showed off Izuku's score. 1,000 meters. Are you kidding me? A student said in shock. I want to go, that sounds fun, another student said. This is what I'm talking about, using our quirks as much as we want, someone else said. Fun? You have 3 years here to become a hero. You think it's all going to be games and playtime? Idiots. Today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last will be expelled immediately, Aizawa stated seriously. What? Students shouted. We just got here. Even if it wasn't the first day, that isn't fair. The student said. Oh, and you think natural disasters are? Or power-hungry villains? HM? Or catastrophic accidents that wipe out whole cities? No, the world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to try to combat that unfairness. If you want to be a pro, you're going to have to push yourself to the brink. So, go beyond. Plus ultra style. Show me it's no mistake that you're here, Aizawa stated. What the hell was that? If he had a quirk, he would have gotten it when we were kids. This is impossible. He's up to something, Bakugo thought with a growl. I did it, Izuku thought with a smile. Hey, Deku, tell me how you did that or you're dead, Bakugo yelled with fury and explosions as he ran towards Izuku. Then suddenly he was tied around by a white scarf and his quirk wasn't working for some reason. Why the hell is your scarf so tough? Baku said as he could barely move. Because it's a capture weapon made out of carbon fiber and a special metal alloy. Stand down. Aizawa said as his eyes glowed. Red and Bakugo complied. My quirk, why didn't it work? Bakugo asked. I erased it, Aizawa said. Oh, I know you. Your eraser head, Izuku blurted out and some students were surprised. Yes, I am. Now another outburst like that, Katsuki Bakugo, and you're done. Do you understand? Aizawa said. Yes, sir, Bakugo said with a cowl. Whatever, Deku, no matter what power you end up with. I'll still crush you like a bug, Bakugo said in his head. Good, now let's move on, Aizawa said as he released Bakugo. And like that the physical test began. First was the 50-meter dash in which Ida and a girl with a frog quirk named Tsuyu Azui went. With Ida's quirk, which was obviously a mutation made for speed, he was able to score a time of 3.04 seconds. Whole Tsuyu got 5.58 seconds. The students went in pairs, and when it was finally Izuku's turn he groaned. I'll destroy you, Deku, Bakugo said as he set himself for the race. Okay then, Izuku said as he also got ready. Runners on your mark, ready set go. Aizawa said as he fired the gun. Burst speed, Bakugo shouted as he shot off explosions behind him. But before he even gained any sort of large distance, he saw a fast streak of green past him. What? He was shocked. 0.9 seconds, the measuring device said as Izuku made it to the finish line. The hell? Bakugo said as he then reached the finish line also. 4.13 seconds, the measure device said. Wait, he can fly too? A student yelled as they saw Izuku. Fast. Much faster than me, even though I have a speed quirk, Ida thought shocked. Next was the grip test in which they had to get a handheld device and measure the force of their grip. 540 kilograms? Wow, you're a beast, a boy with tape-like elbows said to another boy with multiple arms. Yeah, like a muscle-eye octopus, a short boy with purple ball in his head said. Thanks, Mizo said. Then they heard a crunch and turned around to see Izuku with a broken grip test. Oops, Izuku said embarrassedly. He got around 907 kilograms. Next was the standing long jump. Tsuyu excelled in this with her frog quirk, easily jumping over the sandbox. Another one was a sparkling blonde-headed boy with a laser-like quirk on his stomach. He also excelled. Oh, and Midoriya no flying. Just jump, Aizawa said, and Izuku nodded. Then with a jump he made it over the sandbox. With the other tests such as the repeated side steps, the one who did the best was a short kid named Mineta. Then it was the ball throw. Die, Bakugo shouted as he threw the ball with an explosion. 705.2 meters. Not enough. Some girl created a cannon with her quirk which piqued Izuku's interest. But the most surprising was Uraraka, who got infinity. What the hell? Infinity? Students murmured. For the last 3 tests Izuku couldn't really use his powers, but still managed to get high scores. Alright, time to give you your results. I've ranked you all from best to worst. You should probably have a good idea of your standing already. I'll just pull up the whole list. It's not worth going over each individual's score, Aizawa said as a sheet appeared listing the students. Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo. Yes and no, some students were happy with the results, some not so much. Phew, I did it, Izuku said, happy seeing he got first place. Deku, Udamnerd, Kugo was clenching his teeth in anger. No, Mineta Minoru started to shake seeing his name in last place. And I was lying, no one's going home. That was just a rational deception to make sure. You gave it your all in the tests, Aizawa said. Huh. They all shouted. I'm surprised you all didn't figure it out. I'm sorry, I guess I should have said something, Momo said. Yeah, you should have, Mineta, Jiro a girl with headphone jacks as ears, and Kaminari a boy with blonde hair with black lightning streaks said. That's it. We're done for the day. Pick up a syllabus in the classroom. Read it over before. Tomorrow morning, Aizawa said as he started packing his things and the students went off. That was a rotten move, Aizawa, a deep voice said. All Might, so you were watching, Aizawa said. Rational deception? You're known for not being so light-hearted, you even expelled a whole class last year. So that means you must see a lot of potential in these kids, All Might with a smile. And? What is this about? Aizawa asked. What do you think of that kid Midoriya? All Might asked. Strong, decent control, and humble. Out of everyone in the class, or even this year of freshmen, he's got the most potential. Why do you care? Aizawa asked. Oh, no reason at all, All Might said. You better not start picking favorites now, All Might, Aizawa said. Of course not, All Might said as he made his way off. Phew, today was an eventful day, Izuku said. Ah, Midoriya, Ida said as he caught to Izuku. Oh hey Ida, what did you think of today? Izuku asked. Even though I was a bit concerned about Mr. Aizawa's approach to class, I trust UA and their judgment. Ida answer. I thought he was a bit overwhelming, but I can see he's just very serious about school, Izuku said. Hey, wait up you two. Are you going to the station? I'll join you guys. Uraraka said as she joined them. Ah, the Infinity Girl, Ida said. And you are Tenya Ida, she said. Point to Ida, and your Midoriya, but why did Bakugo call you Deku? Yes. It's an insult he made when we were kids, Izuku replied. Well, I think Deku sounds nice, like, you can do it, she said. I guess you're right, Izuku said with a smile. Then Deku it is, Uraraka said with a smile. Just like that. Yes. Just like that, Izuku replied. I survived my first day at UA, but this is just the beginning of a long journey, Izuku thinks. Creator's thoughts. Big underscore papa. And here's his first day at UA. Yeah, he's pretty powerful, isn't he? He's a lot more confident because he has to be, and it's realistic based off canon Izuku. Let me know if there's anything wrong and enjoy the chapter. Comment. Chapter 5, Long-Awaited Battle. UA's Hero Course Curriculum. There are normal core classes like English. They meet in the mornings. Which of these 4 sentences contains a mistake? Present Mike asked, pointing at the blackboard. This is so boring, multiple students thought to themselves as they started daydreaming. This really is shitty, Bakugo thought as he just wanted to go around using his quirk. Hey, everybody look alive. Grammar is fun. Present Mike yelled, drawing everyone's attention. The relative pronouns wrong in the last one, Izuku says. Thank you, Midoriya. Present Mike shouted. After they would eat lunch in the main cafeteria, where they can buy pretty, tasty stuff on the cheap. White rice is the perfect comfort food, isn't it? Lunch rush, the chef said as he was serving the kids. Indeed, Ida said as he eating. This is super good, Izuku said with tears in his eyes. He's been starving. Afternoon, it's finally time. I am here, walking through the door like a normal person, shouted the powerful voice of All Might. The students started murmuring and getting excited. I can't believe it's really All Might. The student said. So he is a teacher. Another one replied. This year is gonna be totally awesome. Someone said. It's All Might, Izuku said. He thought back to that day on the roof. You can't be a hero. Those words reverberated itself in his mind. I can finally show him. I can prove that I can be a hero too, Izuku thought. Oh, is he wearing his Silver Age costume? So retro, someone said. Welcome to the mosey important class of you. Think of it as here you will learn the basics of being a pro. What it means to fight in the name of good. So let's get into it. Today's class will pull no punches. Fight training, All Might stated with his premium smile. Real combat, Bakugo said with a grin. But one of the keys of being a hero is. All Might trailed as pulled out a suitcase, looking good. Theses were designed for you, based on your Quirk registration forms and the request you sent the school, All Might explained. Oh yeah. The students were excited to finally wear these costumes. Get yourself suited up and meet me at Training Ground Beta, All Might said. Yes, sir. The students replied as they got their costumes and went into the changing rooms. One by one they went out fully suited. They say clothes make the pro. And behold, ladies and gentlemen, you are the proof. Take this to heart. From now on you are all heroes in training. This has got me so excited. You all look so cool. Now, should we get started? All Might stated. Even though I have the Green Lantern uniform, I want something to wear outside of that. What if the ring doesn't work? Izuku thought to himself as he looked at his costume. It was a long-sleeve green shirt with the Green Lantern symbol in the middle. He also had black briefs and a utility belt with rescue tools, such as bandages, HNDCFFS, smoke bombs, etc. Wow, Deku, I love the costume. It's simple but good, Uraraka said. She had a skin-tight black full-body suit with a pale pink design down the middle of her torso. She also had circular wrist guards and wide knee-high boots. Oh, Izuku thought with a blush. I should have been a bit more specific with mine though, Not really my style, she explained. Oh, I think you look great. Also, this isn't really my true hero costume, Izuku said. Huh? Uraraka said confused. So with a smile, Izuku suddenly glows in a bright green light which catches everyone's attention. And as the light dies down, Izuku is revealed in his Green Lantern uniform. How about now? Izuku asks. Wow. I love it, Uraraka exclaims. That costume, that's the same costume of that guy. Don't tell me that the guy from back then was Deku. Bakugo was shaking. His anger had reached a new high. He made small explosions in his hands as he clenched his fist. Wait, so how does it work? Uraraka asked, wondering how he was able to change his outfit like that. It's a part of my quirk, like one of my constructs, Izuku explained. So you can create clothes like that? Your quirk sounds so cool, Uraraka said. Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training, All Might announced. Ida shouted, wearing a black one-piece suit with a high collar, over which he wore multiple pieces of armor. That must be Ida, Izuku said. This is the fake city from the entrance exams. Does that mean we'll be fighting robots again? Ida asked, and some of the students wondered the same thing. Not quite. I am going to be skipping a few steps. Most villains fights you see are outdoors. However, statistically speaking, most run-ins with the most evilest villains are indoors, All Might answered. Asmo, is that true? Izuku wondered. After calculating from over 1 million villain fights, indoor battles have a 30.1546% more chance of occurring, Asmo explained. Think about it. Bathroom deals, backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent villains stay in the shadows. For this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys. And fight 2-on-2 indoor battles, All Might explained. Isn't this a little too advanced? A student asked, shocked at what they have to do so early in the year. The best training is on the battlefield. Remember, you won't just be punching robots this time. This is actual people, All Might stated. The students then started asking a multitude of questions. So will you be deciding who wins? How much can we hurt the other team? Will you be expelling the loser? I wasn't finished talking. Listen up, All Might said as he pulled out a script. The villains have a nuclear bomb in their hideout. The heroes have to stop them by either touching the bomb or by capturing the villains. On the contrary, the villains have to protect the bomb or capture the heroes, All Might explained. Sounds like a classic hero movie, Izuku chuckled. We'll be deciding teams by lots, All Might said. Isn't there a better way? It asked. Well, pros don't always choose who they're working with on the spot, so maybe that's why, Izuku said. I see. Life is random. Excuse my rudeness, Ida said. Okay, let's draw, All Might said, and like that the teams were decided. Who would have thought we'd be on the same team? Uraraka said as they were both on Team A. Yeah, Izuku said, I have to look cool, can't embarrass myself in front of a girl, he thought. The first battle will be Team A and D, All Might announced. That's perfect, Izuku said sarcastically as he realized who he's going up against. I'll crush you down, Bakugo said as he clenched his teeth. He wore a tight, black, sleeveless tank top, with an orange X across the middle, forming a V-neck. He had large grenade-like gauntlets. His belt, which also carries grenades, holds up his baggy breaths with knee guards, below which he sports black, knee-high combat boots with orange soles and eyelets. His mask is jagged and black, and as it goes around his eyes, a large, orange-rimmed flare shape protrudes from each side. Bad guys go get set up. The heroes will come in 5 minutes. Everyone else, let's go watch in the monitoring room, All Might as he took everyone else away. Even though this is training, it pains me to be aligned with criminal behavior, Ida said as he looked around the villain's hideout. So this is the weapon we're supposed to protect, he said as he touched a large fake bomb. Hey, Four Eyes, Bakugo said. It's Tenya, Ida replied. Do you really think Deku actually has a quirk? Bakugo asked. Of course. Didn't you see his performance in the quirk assessment? He might actually be the strongest in the class, Ida answered, which caused Bakugo to growl. Why do you become so angry, especially when it comes to Midoriya? Ida asked. Was he seriously lying to me all these years? I'm going to kill that DMN nerd today, Bakugo said. Wow, we have to memorize the whole floor plan? Uraraka said, All Might is so cool like he is in TV. I thought he was going to be scary like Mr. Aizawa, she continued with a sigh. Yeah, I guess, Izuku said a little out of it. What's the matter? Uraraka asked. Just a little nervous about going up against Kaken, Izuku responded. Oh yeah, he's the one who would always make fun of you. Well, I think you're going to do just fine, Uraraka said. Thanks. He can be a pain, but he has experience and is a battle prodigy. But that just makes me try even harder. As long as I have the will to win, then I can't lose, Izuku said as he clenched his fist and stared at his ring. Wow, so this is like a fated battle between rivals. Uraraka said with stars in her eyes. I guess? But I don't want to drag you into this, he replied. What are you talking about? We're a team. We fight together, we win together, Uraraka responded. You're right. Okay, I have plan. Kaken is gonna come after me the second it starts, so let me handle him while you go after Ida, Izuku. You sure? Yes. Yeah, oh, and take this, he replied as he created a large green mallet. With your quirk you can remove the weight and release it upon impact, he explained as he handed it over to her. Oh, I'm okay? She said as she grabbed it, but the second Izuku let it go she almost dropped it from how heavy it was. But with her quirk it become weightless. Thank you then. Alright, let's begin. Team A and D, your time starts now, All Might announced. Let's do this, Izuku said as he and Uraraka ran into the building. A loud shout with explosions was heard. Of course, go ahead, he won't focus on you, Izuku said with vigilance. Okay, Uraraka said as continued on her way. Bakugo then appeared shooting a large explosion at Izuku, but he hurriedly dodged by stepping back. What's the matter, Deku? Afraid of standing up to me? Bakugo said with a smirk. I knew you'd come after me, Kaken. But this time I'm no longer scared. This time I will win, Kaken, Izuku said as he stood straight and his ring glowed. T-Siege, Bakugo starts running at Izuku trying to hit him with a right hook. But Izuku dodges it and grabs him arm, flipping him over. As he's falling, a green light fist suddenly comes and crashes against Bakugo's gut. You always use a big right hook to start a fight. I know because I've been watching you in awe for years. I analyze every hero, even you. I wanted to learn about them and be like them. You can call me a Deku all you want, but I'm no longer that defenseless and useless kid. I'm going to be a hero, Izuku explained. Deku, that's why I hate you, Bakugo said as he dashed forward going for a kick. Izuku ducked under, but Bakugo expected that and shot an explosion forward. Izuku quickly summoned a shield which absorbed the brunt of the explosion, while he was able to tank the rest because of the lantern auto force field around him. Izuku then creates chains which he wraps around Bakugo and swings him right into a wall. Then dashed forward, hitting him with a straight right hand to the gut. He flew back, avoiding an explosion Bakugo sent his way. Kaken, I'm going to win, Izuku says as Bakugo gets up. You were tricking me for years, acting weak, huh? You've been laughing behind my back, haven't you? Bakugo asked, angry. Why would I lie? For years all I've done is admire you. I've wanted to be like you. Cool, confident, strong. Even now I still admire you, but it's different, Izuku says as he creates a large mallet similar to what he gave Uraraka and he dashed forward at insane speeds, 'cause now I don't want to be just like you, no. Kaken, that I want to surpass you, Izuku says as he hits Bakugo with the mallet, sending him flying through a wall. Is this really Deku? Bakugo thought as his body became heavy. He thought back to the kid who stuttered, had no sort of spine, the weakling who for some reason wouldn't give up. And it just set him off. As he got up, his body was shaking, his vision was getting blurry. His breathing ragged, and was even bleeding in some places. When he looked at Izuku, he was shocked. No injuries and his breathing was normal. How? I'm supposed to be stronger than him. He was just a bug that I could always step on. Now he's suddenly better than me? No, I still got that, Bakugo thought as he raised his arm and pulled back the handle to reveal a pin. Young Bakugo, don't do it, you could kill him, All Might shouted. I's alright as long as he can dodge, Bakugo shouted as he pulled the pin. An enormous explosion bigger than anything Bakugo has ever dished out shot towards Izuku. Izuku said as he saw the explosion coming his way. He created a bubble around him to protect himself. Once the explosion hit him, the bubble started to crack. I have to hold on, Izuku muttered with a grunt as he put more willpower and energy into the bubble. But the cracks continued to spread. I won't lose, he shouted as the bubbles started glowing and the cracks healed. His breathing started getting heavier and he knew he couldn't keep this up for long. Persevere, he shouted in his head. He didn't dodge? Bakugo said in shock as he saw how the explosion hit Izuku. Young Midoriya. All Might shouted in shock. Is he all right? Kirishima said. He has to be right? Denki replied. The explosion ended and as the smoke cleared, a figure was seen. There Midoriya stood breathing heavily with scorch marks on his uniform. You really are amazing, Kaken, Izuku said with a smile and tears in his eyes as he was breathing. What? Bakugo looked in shock at Izuku. The amount of damage is nothing compared to the explosion. Oh, and Kaken. Back in junior high when said I didn't want to compete against you, Izuku said as he started floating and glowing as his uniform fixed itself. I take it back, he said as he flew straight to Bakugo with his fist ped back. For Bakugo, all he saw was Izuku in his face and then everything went dark. Wow, he really did it, Kirishima said looking in awe at how badass Izuku seemed. He's like a green flashlight with how bright he glows, Mina, a pink-skinned Harry with horns said. Hey Momo, don't you and Midoriya have similar quirks? Sus. Indeed. But his version seems better than mine, Momo answered. Oh, so you can't go around flying? I wish, she replied. Amazing young Midoriya. I was wrong, you can be a hero. Maybe even one better than me, All Might thought to himself. Uraraka, where are you? Izuku asked, touching his earpiece. Near the middle of the 5th floor. That's right above me, Izuku said as he stared at the ceiling. I tried to hide but Ida discovered me because I laughed at how serious he was about playing the part of the villain, Uraraka explained. It's okay, I have a plan, Izuku said with a smirk. I's no use hero. My dastardly plan has worked, Ida shouted with his extremely evil and menacing laugh. Uraraka couldn't stop giggling. Run from this, she shouted as she swung the mallet in an attempt to hit Ida, but he was too fast for her. It was like Mac-a-Mole, every time she tried to hit him he managed to escape. Not only that, he carried the bomb with him so she couldn't even get it. You can never win against my evil plan, you do-gooder. I'm so extremely evil and vile, haha, Ida said. Suddenly the ground started shaking as a boom was heard. Earthquake? Yes. No, Uraraka said with a smile. The boom started to get closer and closer. Then suddenly the floor beneath them exploded as Izuku flew right through the large hole he created. Now! Izuku shouted. Uraraka then spun around and threw the mallet at Ida and released its full weight. Ha! Ida was too shocked by seeing Izuku just punch through the floors to react fast enough to dodge the mallet and got hit by it. Uraraka then started to float and grabbed a hold of the bomb. Got it, she shouted as she then started throwing up. Hero team wins, All Might announced. Wow, what an overpowering way to win this. Not only did he beat Bakugo, he tanked his strongest attack and walked it off. Then just goes and punches right through the floors, Denki said in awe. That Midoriya is strong, extremely strong, Todoroki, a boy with half white and half red hair said. He also had a large burn scar on his left eye. Yeah, Kirishima said. To the nurse office, All Might told the Transpobots. I know, the robot said as they carried an unconscious and injured Bakugo away. Now who can tell me who the MVP of the match is? All Might asked. I believe it's Midoriya, sir. He allowed his partner to go on in order to defeat Bakugo, then after defeating him he created a distraction large enough so that Uraraka can capture the bomb, Momo explained. Though there was a few things young Midoriya could have done better, you nailed it, All Might told her. One should start with the basics and devote themselves to learning. That's how to become a top hero, Momo stated. Indeed. Now let's move on. Learn from the previous match and what we discussed, then tackle this training for yourself, All Might said. Yeah, the students shouted in glee. Where am I? Bakugo wondered as he opened his eyes and stared at the white ceiling. You should be alright now, Sonny. Try and avoid getting hurt so much, recovery girl said with a smile. Injured? He was confused, then he remembered the battle trials and how everything went dark. I lost, he muttered to himself in shock as he got up and left the infirmary. It's Bakugo, Kirishima said as he made his way to him. Good job on holding your own against Midoriya, Kirishima said. But he wasn't as angry as he would usually be, he instead was disappointed in himself. He was weak, so weak. Whatever, Bakugo said with a grunt. I'm Ijiro Kirishima, we've been going over the results, Kirishima introduced himself. I'm Hanada Siro, the boy with the tape for elbows said. I don't care who you are, Bakugo said as he packed his things and started to leave. As he was making his way outside he heard a shout. Kaken wait, Izuku shouted. What do you want, Deku, come to gloat? Bakugo said as he clenched his teeth. No. You're really strong, Kaken, one of the strongest people I know. It's the truth that I was quirkless, but someone believed in me and entrusted me with the power to become a hero, Izuku said. Entrusted? Bakugo asked. You see this ring? It's a support item. My quirk lets me create green light, but I could never bring it out cause I need something to focus its power through. Similar to Aoyama, Izuku explained. This wasn't true at all, but he didn't want to reveal the truth just yet. If others found out they could try and take it, so he wanted to be strong enough to reveal it himself. I don't know who that is, but whatever. I may have lost today, but it's the first and last time. Next time I'm going to beat you and prove I'm the strongest, Bakugo said as he made his way home. I look forward to it, Izuku replied. All Might said overhearing the conversation between those two. Is that really it? A lot of things still don't make sense. He still believed he was quirkless when he asked me if he could become a hero. But that same day he appeared and saved young Bakugo. I'll have to ask him later. I have to make sure he has no connection with him, All Might thought. Creator's thoughts. Big underscore papa. Here's Chapter 5. The long-awaited battle between Izuku and Bakugo. Yeah, Izuku beat him with not too much trouble, just how it is. Hope you guys enjoy and please give feedback and Power Stones too. Comment. Chapter 6, Real Villains. Hey you! Can you tell us what it's like to have All Might as a teacher? A reporter asked as they put a mic in Izuku's face. He's a good teacher and a super awesome guy, Izuku answered. Then more reporters started clamoring around him. Oh, I have to go to the nurse, Izuku said as he clenched his stomach and pushed through the crowd. Phew! He breathed a sigh of relief. How's All Might as a teacher? A reporter asked as they surrounded Ida. His leadership and wisdom remind me on a daily basis that I attend the world's most prestigious educational institution. Of course, he's the personification of honor and integrity that one would expect, but he's also not afraid to show his students a more humorous side. It's truly a unique opportunity to be under the direct tutelage of the pro we all admire, Ida explained as the reporters wrote everything down. Excuse me, kid. Are you in All Might's class? The reporters asked Bakugo, who just grunted and walked past them. The reporters and media got so bad Aizawa had to step in and tell them to leave. When they didn't listen and tried to force themselves in, the school's defense system made them step back with fear. How does All Might ever get anything done? With this media circus stepping on his cape? Aizawa asked himself. With the news All Might was teaching at UA, every news outlet swarmed the doors of UA in an attempt to get a piece of All Might. So this is what it's like being a top hero, Izuku thought as he looked at the media. Will I get reporters crowding for me too? Izuku thought, and he didn't really like the idea of it. It seems like such a hassle. Decent work on yesterday's combat training, you guys. I saw the video feeds and went over each of your team's results. Bakugo, you're talented. So don't sulk like a child about your loss, okay? Aizawa said. Whatever, Bakugo muttered. And Midoriya. As a hero, damage is something most try and avoid. So punching through the ceilings is something to avoid, not to mention when there's a bomb in the building, Aizawa said. Yes, Izuku said, kind of embarrassed. Okay, so now let's get down to business. Our first task will decide your future, Aizawa said. Is it another quirk test? Yes. You all need to pick a class representative, Aizawa answered. Oh, normal school stuff, Mina said excitedly. Pick me guys, I want to be class rep, Denki said. I'll take it, said Kirishima. I think someone with style will fit the job better, Aoyama said as he kept on twinkling. I'm like totally the right pick, Mina said. Since being class representative gives the chance to be noticed by agencies and prove you can be a hero, everyone wants to do it. Silence everyone please, Ida said, and the class got quieter. The class rep's job is to lead others. That's not something just anyone can do. You must first have the trust of every student in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fill this position is democratically. We will hold an election to choose our leader, Ida stated. You just want us to pick you, some of the students said. Besides, is this really the best idea? We've only known each other for a few days. Besides, everyone will vote for themselves. That just means whoever gets picked is the most suitable choice then, Momo added. It's the best way, right, sir? Just do whatever you want. Just decide before my nap ends, Aizawa says as he crawls into his yellow sleeping bag. And like that, everyone voted for who they wanted to be class representatives and the results were written on the board. Izuku Midoriya, 3. Momo Yaoyorozu, Ha! Izuku was shocked seeing himself with the most votes. Ha, you idiots who voted for him? Bakugo said looking around. Did you honestly think anyone would vote for you? Someone else said. What did you say? He said annoyed. Maybe I'll just keep my vote to myself, Uraraka though. One vote. I'm surprised someone actually voted for me, Ida thought, happy that someone believed in him but saddened that he didn't get the job. Alright, the class rep is Midoriya while the deputy is Yaoyorozu, Aizawa announced. Seriously? Izuku said. Yeah, I can get behind Midoriya, Kirishima said. He may not sparkle like me, but he can shine, Aoyama the human twinkle star said. Yeah, Yaoyorozu was so on top of it when it came to our training results, Denki added. After the morning classes, the students were now situated in the cafeteria eating lunch. It's always so crowded in here, Uraraka said with a sigh. Well, students in the support, management, and hero courses all share the same cafeteria, Ida explained. This is delicious, Izuku thought as he was eating some rice. So Midoriya, I assume you voted for yourself? Ida said. Not at all, I voted for you. You look much more suited to be the class rep than I do, Izuku explained. It's the glasses, he thought. I admire you believing in me, but you'll be great. Your power, courage, quick thinking makes you a great leader. That's why I voted for you, Ida explained. You were one of the 3? Izuku asked. To which Ida nodded. Didn't you want to be class rep so badly? Besides, you look the part, Izuku said. That's not exactly how we should be choosing our rep. Wanting a job and being suited to it are quite different things. Observing the Ida family's hero agency has taught me that much, Ida explained. Agency? Uraraka asked, what does your family do exactly? Oh, nothing, he said getting nervous. You know, I've been wondering something about you. You're a rich guy, admit it, Uraraka said. I was afraid people would treat me differently because of my family, Ida said. Oh? Izuku and Uraraka both said, now curious about Ida's family. You see, the Idas have been pro-heroes for generations. It runs in our blood, he explained. That's awesome, Boda, Izuku and Uraraka said. Are the two of you familiar with the turbo hero, Ingenium? Ida asked. Oh, I know him. He's super popular and has 65 sidekicks. Wait a minute, Izuku said as he took a closer look at Ida, seeing the similarities. He's my elder brother, Ida revealed. Wow, so you're famous, Uraraka said. Ingenium is a hero who honors the hero code. I strive to be just like him. However, I think it might be a bit soon for me to be in a real leadership role. Midoriya, you figured out what the judges were looking for in the practical exam. A rep needs that sort of insight, Ida said with a smile. Didn't I tell him I was clueless about that? Izuku thought to himself. Suddenly the bell rings. Warning. Level 3 security breach, an announcer said. No way. Students were shocked. What's a level 3 security breach? Someone asked. It means someone broke into the school. This hasn't happened in all my 3 years of being here. We should get going, a third year explained. Students were screaming and pushing. People screamed that they were getting trampled and others yelled for people to move faster. This is a problem, Izuku said, as even he was having trouble in this current of students. Asmo scan for any outside force in the building, Izuku said. Scanning. Hold on. Detected. Source found. After analyzation they are non-lethal, Asmo said, as a green model of the school was created by his ring. And in an area it was flashing, pointing out where the intruders were. Realizing that it's right outside, Izuku looks through the windows just to see a bunch of reporters fighting to get through. That's it? Just reporters? He thought with a sigh. I have to stop this. Coming up with a plan, Izuku started flying upwards and created a megaphone. It's just the press, not villains, he announced, and as everyone heard this they calmed down and stopped rushing. Phew! With a sigh he got down and Uraraka and Ida came up to him. That was amazing. You see, you're going to make an amazing class rep, Ida said. Yeah, that was so cool, Uraraka said while Izuku just scratched the back of his head. In the principal's office, Nizu and the other teachers were in contemplation. How were ordinary members of the press able to bypass our security systems? Someone else must have been behind this. Some villain actually managed to infiltrate our school. But was this purely a show of power or a declaration of war? He sat and thought. During all this, the number one hero was busy stopping villains on his morning commute to UA. Back in class, Aizawa was talking about a different training. Today's training will be a little different. You'll have 3 instructors. Me, All Might, and another faculty member, he stated. 3 pros? Is this because of the break-in? Izuku asked. Sir, what kind of training is this? It asked. Rescue. You'll be dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, stuff like that, he explained. Rescue. Some of the students were more excited than others. Guess we got a big workout ahead of us, Kirishima said as he flexed his arm. Totally real hero stuff, Mina said. This is what separates the men from the boys, said Kirishima. Finally, I'll get to show off how good I am in water. He said, guys, I'm not finished yet. What you wear is up to you. I know you're excited about costumes, but keep in mind that you haven't gotten used to them yet, and they might limit your abilities. This special training's at an off-campus facility, so we'll be taking a bus to get there. That's all. Start getting ready, Aizawa said as he crawled into his sleeping bag. Rescue training. I've been waiting for this. It's one step closer to becoming the hero I've always wanted to be, Izuku thought to himself as he glowed with a green light as his uniform was put on. That's so useful, you can instantly wear your costume, Uraraka said. Right? We all take forever to put ours on, Siro said. Well, mine is simple, so it's not too hard, Denki said as it was essentially a white shirt and a black jacket and breathes. So how does it work again? You said it's like one of your creations, right? Kirishima said. Yeah, pretty much, Izuku said. I thought you had a second costume you wear under this? It asked. Yeah, but it got busted by Kaken's big explosion, he answered. A little while later everyone got dressed and it was time to get on the bus. Izuku and Momo decided that everyone can pick their seat instead of doing assigned ones. So Midoriya, there's something I really wanna ask, Tsu said. Me? What is it, Azui? Izuku asked. I told you call me Q, she said. Oh right, sorry, he replied. Your quirk. It's very similar to Yayorozu, isn't it? She asked. Everyone perked their ears to hear more about Izuku's quirk. In a sense. My quirk green light makes it so my body creates and stores green energy, but I had no way to bring it outside my body. So for most my life I thought I was quirkless. Until about 10 months ago I received this ring, which is a support item. This ring allows me to bring out the energy and I can pretty much do anything with it, Izuku explained perfectly the lie he and Asmo created. Wow, really? So you got as strong as you are in just 10 months? Ida asked, shocked at the genius of it. Even he with a family of pros trained for years to be at his current level. While Izuku just discovered his quirk and completely stomps him. Yeah, so my quirk isn't just similar to Yayorozu but also Aoyama, Izuku said. Of course. I sparkle, you shine. Together we are a star. Magnifique, Aoyama said as he just couldn't stop twinkling. Wait, so what fuels your quirk? Me, I need to know almost everything about what I'm creating, Momo said. Imagination, he said. Wait, so you can create anything you imagine? Kirishima asked. Pretty much, but I tire myself out the more complex and big it is, he explained. Wait, Midoriya, when you say anything, you mean anything? Mineta asked as he had an extremely serious expression. Yeah, pretty much, Izuku said, confused on where Mineta was going with this. Midoriya, you bstd. You dog. I bet you create naked women every day, Mineta shouted with tears in his eye. It's not fair. Everyone just had a deadpan expression and decided not to let him get to them. You can do lots of flashy stuff with it. My hardening's super strong and can destroy bad guys in a fight, but it doesn't look all that impressive, Kirishima said. Oh, no way, I think it's really awesome looking. You're definitely pro material with a quirk like that, Izuku said. You think so? Kirishima asked. Yeah. You should know most flashy and complex-looking quirks have so many drawbacks. A simple and strong quirk is a good way to go, Izuku explained. My naval lasers got the perfect combination of panache and strength. But it gives me a stomachache, Aoyama said with his sparkling. Well, if any of our classmates have pro quirks, it's Midoriya, Todoroki and Bakugo, Kirishima said. Sure, but Bakugo's always angry, so he'll never be that popular, Zero added. What did you say, Bisudi? Bakugo shouted. Hey, we're here. Stop messing around, Aizawa said. Yes, sir. The students said as they proceeded to get off the bus. As they walked into the building, they were amazed by how large it was. There were many different areas, such as an area full of fire, rain, ice, water, etc. Hello everyone, I've been waiting for you, 13, a hero dressed like an astronaut said. It's the space hero 13. She's saved thousands of people as a rescue hero, Izuku exclaimed. Whoa, 13 is one of my favorite heroes, Uraraka said with glee. I can't wait to show you what's inside, 13 said. This is gonna be awesome, the student said. It looks like some kind of amusement park, Kirishima stated. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm. I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. But you can call it USJ, 13 stated. So like Universal Studios Japan? Throw-us. Wait, where's All Might? Then guess. Let me guess, he booked an interview? Aizawa said with a sigh. Apparently he did too much hero work and is resting in the teacher's lounge, 13 whispered to Aizawa. Well, we should be able to manage with just the two of us, Aizawa said with a sigh. Before we begin, let me say a few things. I have a powerful quirk. It's called Black Hole. I can use it to SCK up anything and turn it into dust, 13 said. Yeah, you've used it to save tons of people, Uraraka said. That's true, but my quirk could also very easily be used to kill, which caused the students to gasp. Some of you also have powers that can be dangerous. All quirks are certified and stringently regulated, so we often overlook how unsafe they can actually be. Please don't forget that if you lose focus or make the wrong move, your powers can be deadly, 13 stated. She's right. A Green Lantern has so much power, I have to properly control it to not hurt anyone, Izuku thought. So that's why today you'll be using your quirks not to attack, but to save. That's what a hero is all about, 13 stated. 13 is so cool, the student said. Alright, now that that's over, let's dash. Aizawa was interrupted when suddenly a black foggy wormhole opened up. The students were confused on what was going on. Stay here and don't move. 13, protect the students, Aizawa said as he put his goggles on. Whoa, what is that thing? Kirishima said as suddenly people started walking out of the wormhole. Wait, has the training begun? Aren't we doing rescue training? Izuku asked. Stay back. Those are real villains, Aizawa said. The only heroes here are 13 and Eraserhead. Based on the UA schedule, he should be here too. A man who seemed to be made out of the same black fog of the wormhole and wearing a suit said. I went through the trouble of bringing so many friends who are eager to meet him. I can't believe he's not here. Maybe if I kill a few kids, he'll come out to play, a man with pale blue hair who was covered in severed hands said. No way, it's actual villains. How could they get through the defense systems? Kirishima said in disbelief. Yeah, 13, why aren't the alarms going off? Aizawa said. I don't know. They must have someone with the ability to hide their presence. So they chose this isolated place, 13 said. Get them out of here and back to the main campus, Izawa said as he was prepared to fight. You can't take them all. Your style isn't suited for it, even if you can erase their quirk, Izuku said. You can't be a hero with only one trick, Izawa said. I'll leave it to you 13, Izawa said as he made his way towards the villains. Shooting squad get him, the man covers in arms said. But when they tried to use their quirks it wasn't working. That's Eraserhead, a villain announced. He can erase your quirk by looking at you. But I bet he can't erase a mutation type like mine, a villain said. You're right, but you're only dangerous if you touch me, Izawa said as he tied the villain up with his scarf, threw him into the air and slammed down. He got to another villain, covered their throat and pulled them to him, punching them in the face. He jumped up, tied another villain and brought them up where he slammed them down onto two villains. How annoying. Trying to be intimidating. The most annoying heroes are those who live up to their hype. Kurogiri get the kids, the man covered in severed arms said. As you wish Shigaraki, Kuriri the man made out of black fog said. We have to go, 13 said, but it was too late. You can't escape, Kurogiri said as he was already in front of them. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here today, and yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change in plans we could not have foreseen. Well, in the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. I still have a role to play, he explained. Did you think we were just going to stand around and let you tear this place to shreds? Bakugo said as he and Kirishima dashed to go attack Kurogiri. A light green spear was right behind them, but it somehow went right through him. You live up to the school's reputation. But you children should be more careful, Kurogiri said as he spread his fog covering the students. What's going on? Izuku asked when he opened his eyes and he was suddenly in water. He must have a warping quirk, and they're here to kill All Might. Good thing he isn't here today then, Izuku sighed. First catch of the day. Nothing personal kid, but you gotta die, a shark-like villain said. No, Izuku said as he punched the living daylights out of the villain, sending him flying. He then soared up to the air trying to get a good look of his surroundings. Midoriya, Tsuyu said, causing him to look down to see her and Mineta on a boat. So he went and landed down to them. This is turning out to be a bad day of class, Tsuyu said as he landed. Yeah, and I keep on thinking about what that villain said. They're here to kill All Might, Izuku muttered in disbelief. They can't seriously kill All Might, right? Once he's here he'll pound all those villains with a single smash, Mineta said, not comprehending the fact that All Might could ever lose. And even Izuku agreed, but something was nagging him. They seem so sure. Like they have a way to actually do it, he said. We need to survive first before All Might even makes it here, Tsuyu said. No, the heroes will save us. Right? Tell Frog Melons to shut up, Mineta said as he was shaking. Tsuyu then slapped him with her tongue. You beasts, I'm gonna have fun eating you, a fish-like villain said. Oh no, Mineta said. It's okay, Izuku said as he created a long chain, tied the villain up and spun him around, throwing him back into the water. Oh yeah, Midoriya is here. You can fly, Mineta said. He's right, Tsuyu said. Then hold on, Izuku said as he picked both Mineta and Tsuyu up by the waist. Then he set off into the air, ignoring all the villains still in the water. You with engines, run to the school and alert the faculty of what's going on, 13 said as she pointed to Ida. Alarms aren't sounding, phones and radios are useless right now. We're completely sealed off from the outside. Yes, but it's disgraceful to leave you all behind, Ida said. Go through the emergency exit. There are a lot of alarms outside. They won't follow you if you got out, Sato, an extremely muscular teen, said. Use your quirk to help people, be a real hero, 13 said. I can help you out, I can make you float, Uraraka said. Fine if I must, Ida said. Is it smart to plan in front of the enemy? Kurogiri said as he looked at them. It won't matter after I'm done with you, 13 said. Let's see then, Kurogiri said as he spread his fog. So the plan was to scatter us and then kill us. You were woefully unprepared. In fact, it looks to me as though you've had no training. You haven't the slightest idea how to use your quirks, Todoroki said as he looked at all the frozen villains. He's a monster, a frozen villain thought. If you stay frozen for too long you're going to die. I want to be a hero so I'm trying to avoid that. But only if you tell me everything about the plan to kill All Might, Todoroki said. Back to the main area, Aizawa was still busy handling the villains. That's when the leader known as Shigaraki joined in. I've noticed that your hair goes down whenever you stop using your quirk. You're needing to blink more and more, don't strain yourself, he said. Aizawa tried to get him with a punch but he quickly ducked and touched Aizawa's elbow. Then suddenly it started to decay and crumble. Aizawa quickly went back. He destroyed my elbow, thought Aizawa. Oh, and I'm not the final boss, Shigaraki said as a large muscular creature started walking towards them. We're here, Izuku says as he landed putting down Mineta and Tsuyu. He looked around to see 13 on the ground defeated, Aizawa losing against a tall dark muscular creature with its brain exposed, and Ida trying to escape. All Might still isn't here and the heroes are down, Mineta said as he started shaking. Calm down. They're going to be here, I think Ida went to go get them, Izuku said. What should we do? Tsuyu asked. I don't know, Izuku answered. But when he saw how Aizawa was about to be crushed by the creature he realized what he had to do. Stay here, Izuku said. What are you going to do? Can't you see even Mr. Aizawa is losing, Mineta said. I know, but I can't stand still, he replied as he flew to the monster as he was about to crush Aizawa's head and he punched him with his full strength. What? Izuku was shocked to see that the punch did no damage. Midoriya, get out of here, Aizawa tried to say. Nomu, kill him, Shigaraki said. Nomu then went for a punch at Izuku to which he could barely react. He created a shield but it didn't do much as he was sent flying. Izuku was in immense pain, he could barely breathe and he was pretty sure he broke a few ribs and just fractured his wrist. Energy levels are below 5%, Asmo stated at the wrong time. How am I supposed to beat that? Izuku was scared. He hasn't felt this scared in a long time. Then it finally clicked that Nomu is here to kill All Might. It's not something he can stop. He tried to stand but his legs were shaking, every breath brought upon a stinging pain. Just one punch from that thing reduced me to this, Izuku said with a grunt. Look at them, even though they're injured, even though it seems they can't win they still fight. Because that's what a hero is, Izuku says as he summons his power battery. Asmo scanned the creature, Izuku mutters. Time needed 1 minute, Asmo replied. Oh, he's still alive, huh? Shigaraki said as he saw Izuku stand. Uraraka thought with worry as she saw him battered and bruised. What is he doing? Aizawa thought as he saw him being out some sort of lantern. Everyone was watching wondering what Izuku was trying to do as he and lanterns started glowing. You were right, Mr. Aizawa. It is a hero's job to try to combat unfairness. So I have to push myself to the brink. To go beyond. Plus ultra, Izuku shouted. His next words were heard by everybody. As if to reach their soul. It wasn't just a set of random words, it was an oath. A promise of what's to come. In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might, beware my power, Green Lantern's light, Izuku shouted as he glowed extremely brightly. His body rose to the sky, shining his light upon everything. What is this? Shigaraki was shocked. Everyone looked up in awe. As the light died down, Izuku was seen floating looking at Shigaraki and Nomu. Teeth! Nomu, go kill him, Shigaraki shouted angrily. The Nomu then dashed towards Izuku. Detected. Enhanced strength and speed, accelerated regeneration and physical force absorption, Asmo said. I see. Absorption, not nullification, Izuku said as he flew straight down to meet the Nomu. Izuku's hands glowed and got covered in extremely large gauntlets. Izuku and Nomu met, but instead of their fist clashing, Izuku sidestepped and hit Nomu with his hardest punch ever. For the first time since the villains attacked, Nomu was actually forced to step back. But Izuku didn't stop as he dashed at him and landed a hard uppercut, making the Nomu's head go up. Without any time to waste, he grabbed the Nomu's arm and with a single swing threw him into the air. In a burst of green light, a large spear was formed and Izuku threw it at the Nomu with insane speeds, piercing its abdomen. With a jump he was suddenly above it. Smash, he said calmly as he lifted his leg and hit the Nomu with a powerful axe kick, sending it crashing down. He didn't stop there as he summoned chains and tied it around the Nomu's legs and swung down, crashing it to the floor. Then lifted it again and swung down once more, and again and again and again. He started to spin around and threw the Nomu in the air once again as he created a Gatling gun, firing a multitude of bullets at the Nomu which seemed to do no damage. He was starting to get tired, his breathing and body became heavier with exhaustion, but Izuku didn't let that stop him. He leaped to the Nomu's side with his fist covered in large gauntlet again and threw a powerful right punch, but this time it was different. The Nomu caught his punch with its bare hands and crushed his construct easily. With a grunt it sent him crashing down with a powerful punch. Izuku coughed up blood as he slammed into the floor. He felt even more of his bones break. The Nomu landed on its feet with a powerful thud, ready to give Izuku more. Izuku got up and wiped the blood off his mouth and then dashed once again to the Nomu with his arm ped back, but once again it caught his hand. Then he tried it with his other hand and that was also caught. The Nomu roared its head as it gave Izuku a powerful headbutt, shaking his brain against his skull. Then it did it once again, causing Izuku's vision to darkening and get blurry. Then it punched him in the gut, then and again and again. Izuku was coughing up blood and could barely breathe. The Nomu lifted him up by his arm and swung him down on the ground, causing a small crater on the ground. Nomu then put its foot on Izuku's head and started putting pressure. "Hey!" Izuku shouted in pain as his head was being crushed. With a powerful grunt he flew up, managing to get Nomu's foot off him. Hitting Nomu with a side kick to the head, making it step back, he didn't stop as he began hitting him with a barrage of punches. But after a few seconds of them, Nomu didn't just take them, he started doing the same. For every punch Izuku hit Nomu with, he got 5 in return. Whenever he tried to create a shield or a bubble to protect him, all it took was a punch from the Nomu and it would begin to crack. "Keep going, don't stop, persevere, you can do it, believe in yourself." Izuku kept getting filled with these thoughts. So he knew he couldn't stop here. His left arm, both legs, ribs, shoulder, and jaw were all broken. But he didn't stop, he pushed himself beyond. Flying up, he pushed his will to the limit. He could barely breathe and was on the verge of unconsciousness. Izuku shouted as he lifted his right arm as his ring shone brightly. Suddenly everyone heard a loud whistle and horn. When they looked up they were shocked at what they saw. Is this actually Deku? Bakugo was shocked, seeing the difference between him and someone who he used to step on. "What the hell is he?" Shigaraki asked. "Deku." "Amazing," Uraraka said. "So he's who I have to surpass," Todoroki said in a little shock. Up in the sky was an extremely large green train, bigger than most trains. It was whistling and blowing its horn, looking and acting like a real functioning vehicle. Izuku shouted as he brought his hand down and the train began falling towards Nomu. Nomu punched it as fast as it could, causing cracks, but as more and more of the train fell it became hard and harder. Soon the whole thing fell on top of it, causing a gigantic boom and crash. A large crater was left in the middle of the USJ, while Izuku was in the air huffing and puffing. The train then disappeared to reveal Nomu with crushed arms and legs, but instead of that being the end of it, it began to heal. "Ha! Nomu and him," Shigaraki shouted with a laugh. He was a little shocked by the kid's showcase of power, but he was still nowhere near All Might's level. "Guess I won't stop then," Izuku said as it was getting heavier to blink. He could barely move his other limbs, and breathing caused him great pain. "I am here." The loud and powerful voice of All Might was music to Izuku's ears. But he couldn't stop yet, he had a plan. "All Might, quick!" Izuku shouted as he used the last of everything he had to create chains and tied it around Nomu. He held on for dear life and put everything he had left in these chains. He just has to hold the Nomu for All Might to defeat it. "Oh no you don't," Shigaraki said as he ran to Izuku, but before he could touch him a large ice wall appeared, blocking his path. "You be..." Bakugo shouted as he fired a large explosion at him. "You're going to have to get through us," Todoroki said. "I don't need your help." "Half and half," Bakugo said. Izuku was grunting as Nomu began to break the chains. He could barely hang on. "It's all right now," All Might said as he dashed to the Nomu and delivered a flurry of punches. Nomu broke through the chains and did the same. They were each throwing a barrage of punches at each other. "You seem to have a shock absorption and regeneration quirk. Let's see how long you can last," All Might stated as he continued on his series of punches. As they were on their last breath, Nomu was about to throw one final punch, but suddenly his arm was moving too slow. It noticed a green chain around its left arm and looked back to see Izuku holding on for the life of him. "Thank you, young Midoriya. You can rest now." "Ice time Tiogo plus Ultra," All Might shouted as he summoned all his power into one final punch. A punch so powerful that it sent Nomu soaring into the sky outside the US. "In my prime that would have taken a little over 3 punches. Now it took 200 foot," All Might thought to himself. "Nomu," Shigaraki shouted. "We have to go," Kurogyri said as he covered Shigaraki and they vanished. Finally the heroes appeared and captured all the remaining villains. Deku, Uraraka and everyone else ran up to check on Izuku. What they saw shocked them. His body was shattered, bloody, but his eyes were still wide open. "Young Midoriya, are you all right?" All Might asked, but he got no response. "Midoriya?" Ida asked, but again no response. All Might waved his hand in his face, but nothing happened. "His body is shattered and exhausted. Any normal person would have gone unconscious, and that would have been it. But not him. He's long been unconscious. It wasn't him fighting, it was his willpower, his will to be a hero," Recovery Girl said as she was walking to check up on him, and everyone was in shock. Even Aizawa, who was getting treated himself, was shocked. He thought back to what Izuku said about him being right, and all he could say was, "Wow," as he passed out. This kid. This kid is something else," All Might said hearing the story of what Izuku had done. "Not only did he prove me wrong, he proved the world wrong." He felt pathetic. How could he call himself a hero when he wasn't even here to prevent kids from having to go this far and get this badly injured? He inspires millions and is adored by the world, but this one kid, in his heart he considers this kid a true hero. "Demon Deku, losing so demon badly makes me look bad. How could I be the strongest by beating you, if you lose?" Bakugo said with a scowl. After that, all the students were taken for questioning where they told everything that happened and they all got checked for injuries and were allowed to go home. The students will forever remember this day as the start of a long, arduous journey. Creators' thoughts. Big underscore papa. Yeah, this is a really long chapter, over 6K words. Izuku was able to hold his own against the Nomu, but exhaustion and its overbearing strength was too much for him. If you're wondering, even if he wasn't tired, Izuku still would have lost. Exhaustion just added on to the pain. Please give me some feedback in the comments and reviews. I like seeing them. Comment. 19 comment. Chapter 7, Aftermath. After the attack, UA closed for a day in an attempt to understand what had happened. Even after the arrest of 72 villains, we couldn't get any useful information, Naomasa Tsukachi, a police detective, said to the UA staff. It's not a simple task. The leader, Tamura Shigaraki, seems to possess a childlike mindset. He never said a word about his own powers, and when things didn't go his plan, he would throw a tantrum. His plan wasn't too well thought out and was reckless, All Might said. From what I could understand, the villains followed him because they were tired of heroes. With heroes in this world, they can't run amok like they wish, Naomasa added. There are plenty of people out there looking for a cause to get behind, Snipe said. So what can we do to stop them? Midnight asked. But no one had an answer. It's as if he's being taught the way of villainy. Similar to how we guide UA students to be heroes, he's being guided to be a villain, Nizu said. So then who's the one behind all this? That Nomu had more than one quirk. That's impossible unless No, I'm sure I defeated him. Did I? All Might was contemplating. The next day, the students were able to return back to the school. During homeroom, the class was talking all about the attack and how they were on the news. It was so cool that we're on the news. But I bet nobody noticed me in the background, Toru, an invisible girl, said. Well, it is difficult to stand out when you're just a pair of gloves, Ojiro, a blonde-haired boy with a large tail, said. We're big deals now. Like celebrities. News channels love us, Denki says to his classmates feeling good. Yeah, it's so crazy, right? Kirishima said. Get over yourselves. The hero course of UA was attacked. That's all they care about, Jiro said, deflating Denki's ego. Who knows what would have happened if the pros didn't show up, Siro said with a sigh. Right? Midoriya too. He was so damn manly, Kirishima added. Why would you say that? I'm going to myself just thinking about it, Mineta said with tears in his eyes, fearful of what could have been. Shut up and grow a pair, Bakugo shouted back, irritated by his cowardliness. Man, you guys saw how Midoriya was fighting that big bird guy? He was able to hold him back for all might to come, Sato said. When he brought that train down, man, that was so badass, Denki said in awe. Indeed. His strength is wondrous, Tokoyami added. Wait, where is Midoriya? Mina asked. He was the most injured, so he's currently in the hospital, Momo added. Teeth, Bakugo with his teeth. So who do you guys think will teach class today? Mina. No idea. Mr. Aizawa is still in the hospital. He said. Morning class, Aizawa says as he walks in completely bandaged head to toe. Mr. Aizawa, what are you doing here? The class shouts in unison. I'm glad you're okay, Ida said. You call that okay? Urarchist. My health is irrelevant. You see, class, your fight isn't over yet, Aizawa said. Bakugo was intrigued. Don't tell me more bad guys, Mineta said, frightened. The UA Sports Festival is about to start, Aizawa stated. Is it really such a good idea to hold the sports festival this early after an attack? Momoest. The administration thinks this is a good way to show that the threat has been handled. That everything is A-OK. This event is a huge opportunity. It's the chance to reveal your capabilities to the world. The perfect chance to get scouted by agencies, Aizawa said. After graduating, a lot of people join pro agencies as a sidekick, Denki added. Yeah, but that's as far as some people go. They miss their chance and stay forever sidekicks, Jiro said. That's true. That's why this is important. If you want to go pro, then this event will open the path for you. 1 chance a year, 3 chances in a lifetime. No aspiring hero can miss this. You have 2 weeks, Aizawa said. But what about Deku? Urarchist. At this rate he won't be able to participate. But I doubt it's going to affect him much considering his potential. Class dismissed, Aizawa ended. A while later it was finally time for lunch, and all the class could talk about was the sports festival. I'm so pumped for this, Kirishima said, making a fist. We get so few chances, we have to make the best of it, Tokoyami, a boy with a bird's head, said. Oh man, I'm so nervous. What should I do to get noticed, Ojiro? Toru said with worry. Maybe you should get a shinier costume, Ojiro responded. I stand out even when I'm standing still, so the scouts won't be able to take their eyes off me, Aoyama said as he posed and went on with his twinkling. You're lucky, Shoji, a quirk like yours definitely makes you stand out, Denki says with a sigh to his 4-armed friend. It may, but I have to show them how useful I really am, Shoji replied. I bet you're gonna stand out too, Jiro said, mocking Denki and the weakness that turns him into an idiot when he overuses his quirk. Hey, Denki said, embarrassed thinking about it. Ida, Uraraka said as she was covered in a purple aura. Yes. Fifth. Let's do our best in this sports festival, she replied, showing an extremely pump expression. What's up with you? You're usually so laid back, Mina asked. Is it dash? Mineta didn't get to finish his sentence as Tsuyu slapped him with her tongue. I am gonna do my best, Uraraka shouted with her fist up. Yeah, the class replied. I'm gonna do my best, she said again. Why yeah, but the class wasn't feeling it this time. Like that they all went to lunch and the school day passed. At the end of the day, as the class wanted to leave, they couldn't because students crowded around the class entrance. The outside students were murmuring and looking around. Do you students have some kind of business here? It asked. What the heck are you all doing here? Uraraka said. They're scouting out the competition, morons, Bakugo said as he made his way to them, staring down at the students. At least now you know what a future pro looks like. Now move it, extras, Bakugo said, irritated. You can't walk around calling people extras, Ida said. So this is class 1A. I heard you guys are impressive, Supposedly the best of the best. But you just sound like an a-hole. Is everyone here like this, or is it just you? A boy with long purple hair that pointed up said, "Huh." Bakugo said angrily. Everyone else was started to get worried that a fight was going to break out. How sad to find a bunch of egomaniacs. I'm Shinso and I wanted to be in the hero course but I couldn't cut it. But now I have a second chance. If any of us do well in the sports festival we can get transferred to the hero course and someone would have to get transferred out, Shinso said, which shocked everyone present. Scouting the competition? Maybe some of my peers are, but I'm here to say this. Try your best or else I'll steal your spot from you. This is a declaration of war, he added. Where did this guy even come from? The students from Class 1A were thinking. Hey you. I'm from Class 1B right next to you. We heard you fought some villains, but you're just a bunch of brats who think they're better than you, another boy with gray hair and sharp teeth shouted. Bakugo looked at these students who wanted to defeat them and didn't even say anything. He just ignored them and made his way home. Dude, don't ignore them. It's your fault that they hate us, Kirishima said. I don't care about these losers. There's only one person I'm gunning after, Bakugo said as he left. Hey, come back here, a-hole, the boy with gray hair shouted. You know, I heard there was supposed to be some super impressive student who fought like a pro. I hope it's not a lie, Shinso said. Oh man, Midoriya. If only he was here right now, Denki said. Yeah, he's the manliest, Kirishima added. Then I'll beat him too, the gray-haired boy said. After a while the students outside left and Class 1A was finally able to leave. For the next 2 weeks they all put themselves under intense training, trying to be stronger, faster, harder, more explosive. Not just to impress agencies in the world, but also a certain classmate who just woke up. Where am I? Thought Izuku as he finally opened his eyes to the white ceiling of a hospital. He tried to get up and noticed that his body was in slight pain, a stinging all over. He looked around and noticed he was in a hospital bed. How did I get here? He said to himself in wonder. You're awake. Careful now, you've been asleep for 2 weeks, Recovery Girl said as she entered the room. 2 weeks? What happened? Izuku asked, shocked. You don't remember? Recovery Girl asked. Then it hit him, the USJ, the villains, and the Nomo. Wait, I do. Everything started to turn black when All Might appeared, Izuku said. I see. Well, you did pass out and your body moved on its own, Recovery Girl said. Wait, really? What happened after? How's everyone? Did All Might defeat that monster? Izuku asked with a series of questions. Slow down, Sonny. Everything is okay. The only one who got injured was you and Aizawa. Even though you got injured much more severely, you healed much faster, Recovery Girl said. That's good, Izuku said with a sigh. Young mid-dash, All Might was saying in his powerful voice as he walked through the door, but then he started coughing up blood and turned into his skinny form. All Might, Izuku said with a smile. So you're finally awake, Midoriya? Aizawa said as he also walked in completely covered in bandages. Mr. Aizawa? Izuku said, surprised to see him too, and to see his condition. Young Midoriya, I am ashamed of myself. You were being a hero fighting to fend off those villains while I wasn't there. If only I was there, then none of this would have happened, All Might said, disappointed in himself. No, it's alright really. I knew you would come, so I just had to hold that monster off for a little bit. Besides, I'm fine, Izuku says as he tries to stand up only to stumble and fall face first into the ground. No, you aren't. You haven't moved your body in weeks. It's gonna take some time to get used to it, Aizawa said as he helped Izuku get up. Indeed. Rest for a little, Recovery Girl. Oh, I guess you're right, Izuku says as he gets back onto the hospital bed. Until he realized something. Where's my ring? It's quite the story. You see, it started a few days after you first got here. We were sure that you may not wake up for months. Then suddenly there was some sort of commotion. Something had broken into the school. A green streak was flying around, and no one could stop it. Then suddenly it flew right into your room and flew itself right on your finger. It was amazing. Your eyes shot open and you began to glow. Then you began to heal, not incredibly fast, but much faster. Months turned into weeks. And here we are. We wanted to do some test on you without the ring on, recovery girl explained as she pulled out the ring and handed to Izuku. Oh thanks, he replied as he slipped it on. Now we need to talk about something Midoriya, Aizawa said seriously. I'm sure, Izuku replied. Tell us about the Green Lanterns, All Might said. How did they find out? Izuku was shocked. Guess I can't hide it that well, huh? Izuku asked. Well, I realized something was up back when you tried to attack that Nomu. I tried to erase your quirk when I saw how you were about to run towards it and attack. But it didn't work. That wouldn't make sense unless you were a mutation type, but you're not. Then you brought out that lantern and at the end you said Green Lantern's light. When we tried to ask your mother, she said that it isn't her secret to tell, but she did tell us that you are indeed quirkless. Finally, even though you were gravely injured, you still healed much faster than me when you had the ring on, Aizawa stated, which shocked Izuku. Great detective work, All Might said with a thumbs up. So tell us so we can better help you. It must be a great secret, and if you feel the need to then you don't have to reveal it. But how can I make you a hero if I don't even know what you can do? Aizawa said. You're right. You see, it all started 10 months ago after I met All Might. I was saddened because he said I couldn't be a hero without a quirk, Izuku said. True, Aizawa thought to himself. Then suddenly I saw a green streak in the sky and it appeared right in front of me to reveal a green ring. A voice from the ring said that I've been chosen as a Green Lantern, a protector of the universe. At first I was skeptical, but with a small ray of hope I agreed, Izuku said, which shocked his teachers. Wait, so you're saying the ring came from space and chose you to become a Green Lantern? And you're supposed to be the protector of the universe? Aizawa said, not really believing it. Oh my goodness, All Might said as he buffed himself up, then instantly deflated again. It's true. It came to me after a great war in which all the Lantern Corps fought one another, and in that moment of weakness were killed. In the end, something called the central power batteries got destroyed, resulting in all the rings to lose power. Mine is a new model so it can work without it, Izuku explained. Okay, let's say this is real. What can a Green Lantern do? Aizawa intrigued. We can tap into the emotional spectrum for willpower. All power rings can do this. Green for willpower, yellow for fear, blue for hope, red for anger, orange for greed, indigo for compassion, violet for love, and black for death. By tapping into the emotional spectrum, the more of the emotion of our color we feel or express, the stronger we are, Izuku explained. By the emotions of yellow, red, orange, and black, I suspect not all lanterns are good people, All Might said. Yeah. The reason all the lanterns are dead are because of the Black Lanterns. They all teamed up to go against them and in the end nobody survived, Izuku said, saddened. I see, this is truly something, Aizawa said with a sigh. I knew you would be troublesome, but this is beyond what I expected, he added, not wanting to deal with galactic beings. All he wants now is to go for a nap, and worry about small-time villains people like him can handle. So the ring chose you because you were the most worthy. It could have chosen anyone, but it picked you. Amazing, young Midoriya. Amazing, All Might said as he started thinking about a certain quirk he wished he could have given to him. If only I had met you earlier, if only I had talked to you after you saved young Bakugo, he thought. Thanks, Izuku said, embarrassed as his idol complimented him. This is something he's always wanted, and to finally get it out, a large smile on his face with his eyes filled with tears. So what else can a Green Lantern do? Aizawa asked. Anything as long as we have enough willpower. Strength, speed, and flight are the most basic of powers. Hard light constructs are our true power. We can create anything, and I mean anything. I'm still an extremely weak Green Lantern compared to others. So I have a lot to learn, Izuku said. I see. That stunt you did against the Nomu was impressive. Creating an entire train, Aizawa said with a smile. I heard about that. If it wasn't for you, the Nomu wouldn't have been so easily defeated, All Might said. Thanks. But I won't be able to showcase that level of power for a while. In that moment my will exceeded my own capabilities. But with training I'm sure I can surpass that, he said with determination. I see. Well, that's why you're here at UA. To make you surpass your limits, Aizawa said. Indeed. You're going to be a wonderful hero, young Midoriya, All Might said. Thank you for believing in me, Izuku said. One more thing. What was that whole thing you said about brightest day, blackest night? Aizawa asked, which made Izuku blush with embarrassment. Hearing other people say it is embarrassing, Izuku said as he scratched the back of his head. It's the Green Lantern oath. I have to say it whenever I recharge the ring. Though our power is fueled by willpower, the ring itself needs to charge once it's out of energy. The lantern I brought out was the battery, Izuku explained. I think it's cool. It's a promise that you will stop all evil, All Might said, which made Izuku feel better. Well, rest up. We promise not to reveal your secret, Aizawa said. Well, young Midoriya, you did great. But next time try and avoid getting so hurt, All Might said as he and Aizawa were about to walk out. And see you in class tomorrow, Aizawa stated. Midoriya, his classmates shouted as he walked through the door entering the class. That was so manly what you did. It was amazing, Kirishima said as he walked up to Izuku. You were able to hold off that monster for All Might. That was super cool, Denki said. That oath you said. For evil to beware your power, your light. As a creature of the dark out paths are destined to cross. But I hope we can be allies, Tokoyami, a boy with the head of a bird, said. You were all like, you were right, Mr. Aizawa. A hero is one who overcomes all obstacles. So I have to go plus ultra, Sararaka said as she imitated Izuku, which caused him to blush in embarrassment. Amazing, your creation ability is much superior to mine. The closest thing to a train I've created is a model train, Momo said. Midoriya, I admire your power and will greatly. You have great honor, and the will to never submit in the face of adversity. You truly are a spectacular student, Ida added. Midoriya, create naked women for me, Mineta shouted with tears in his eyes as he hugged Izuku's leg. You shine bright, like a star in the sky. It may not be as appealing as my twinkling, but it is Trace Bell, Aoyama, the twinkle twinkle little star said. The students kept clamoring up to him and he didn't know what to do. He's never been in a situation like this and just froze. Quiet down and stop disrupting class, Aizawa said. This brought everyone back to their senses and they all sat at their seats. Now don't forget that the sports festival is 2 days from now. You've had 2 weeks to get ready, Aizawa said. Huh? Izuku wondered. Oh yeah, Midoriya, you weren't here. Well, you don't have to participate if you feel like you're not fully healed, Aizawa said. Oh no, I'm okay. I'll participate, Izuku said. Yeah, Midoriya. Kirishima said. You better watch out, Deku. While you've been out, I've been training. It's time to make you pay, Bakugo said with a grin. Bakugo with the threats, Siro said while shaking his head. Shut up, you dimwit, Bakugo shouted. I'm going to beat you, Midoriya, Todoroki thought as he stared at Izuku. His first obstacle, as long as he can beat him with only his ice, then one day he could beat All Might. So, Deku, how are you feeling? Urarka. I'm fine, really. So what have I missed? Fifth. Nothing really, Uraraka said as she went on to explain what's been going on since he was in a coma. It's good to be back, Izuku thought with a smile, happy that everything ended okay. Creator's thoughts. Big underscore papa. 3.5k words for you guys. Green Lantern isn't some major secret like One for All. Only Izuku can use it, and he can summon it from wherever he is. The only reason he doesn't tell everyone is slight self-doubt. That if they know all his power comes not from himself, then they won't like him. So I decided to have Aizawa and All Might know. This will actually be better as they can have ways to help him train, as he's still basic-minded. 15 comment. Chapter 8, Sports Festival 1. The bag checking is taking too long, a reporter said with boredom as she waited in line to enter UA. They were just attacked by villains. Some people are upset that it's even being held this year, another reporter added. And guess what? That equals views. Class 1A will be our main focus today, the reporter replied to her colleague. Today was UA's sports festival, an extremely anticipated event. There were multiple stands that sold things ranging from masks which looked like heroes, to snacks like popcorn and candy. This year the first years are the ones to watch, a random person said. Hey, did you hear Endeavor's son is a first year? Another person said. No way, wow, another person replied, shocked that they could see the kid of a legendary hero. Because of the recent attack, there were extra security this year. UA hired heroes such as Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and MT Lady. They were walking around looking at the various and buying snacks. Have you no pride? Kamui Woods said to Milady as she seduced an owner of a food stand to get some free food. She responded, and they went about their way making sure everything is how it's supposed to be. I had hoped to do some scouting too, Kamui Woods said, disappointed. Well, we're on security so we can't, Death Arms replied. It looks like they called pro heroes from all over the country, the lady said as she looked around at all the different heroes guarding and looking for things out of order. During all this, in Class 1A waiting room the students were getting ready. Instead of wearing their costumes they had to wear the gym uniforms. This was to make everything as fair as possible. I wanted to wear my costume, Mina complained. Well, at least everyone is wearing the uniform, Ojiro said to her. I wonder what the first round is going to be like, Sato said as he was sweating nervously. No matter what comes, we have no choice but to deal with it, Tokoyami responded. Right, Shoji agreed. Okay, everyone get ready, Izuku shouted as he stood up and began stretching. After 2 more days he was finally fully recovered, but he did not get the chance to do any real training like everyone else. Okay, everyone replied. Some people were extremely nervous. Not only was this broadcasted live, but they also only had 3 chances at doing good. They hoped they could impress everyone, but some weren't nervous at all. They were excited. Excited that they can show how better than everyone they were. Midoriya, Todoroki said as he went up to Izuku. Todoroki? Yes. Izuku was confused on why Todoroki would talk to him. They haven't actually talked once the whole time they've been in UA, though he was in a coma for most of it. Everyone's interest got piqued and they couldn't help but listen into their conversation. Looking at things objectively, I think you're the strongest in the class, Todoroki said. Am I? Never honestly thought about things like that, Izuku thought, kind of embarrassed. You've even managed to garner All Might's respect. But I'm going to beat you, Todoroki declared. Hey, we're all classmates. Why are you picking a fight? Kirishima said as he put his hand on Todoroki's shoulder. We're not here to make friends, Todoroki said as he slapped Kirishima's hand away and he began to walk away. Todoroki, Izuku said, causing Todoroki to turn around and look back at him. He saw Izuku with a large smile on his face. I look forward to it. Everyone is trying their best, so of course I'm gonna do the same, Izuku said. Tisud Bakugo was a mixture of angry and excited. Angry that the useless Deku he's known all his life is the strongest. But excited because he can now go against him again, and this time he's going to win. He's sure of that. Outside at the stadium the crowd was going wild. It was almost time. They were going to see the class of first years who went up against villains. The UA Sports Festival is about to begin. Everybody, are you ready? Present Mike shouted and the crowd cheered. It's time for the first years to enter the first year stage, he said as everybody swelled with expectation. Izuku, Inko said as she stared at the TV nervously. Class 1A walked through the entrance of the stadium as the crowd wildly cheered. The miraculous new stars who overcame enemy attacks with their heart of steel. Hero Course, Class 1, Present Mike announced as the crowd got louder and louder. There are so many people, Izuku thought as he was starting to get nervous. Will we be able to give our best being watched by this many people? Ida asked, but this also training as a future hero, he added. Man, he's really killing it with the praise, Kirishima said hearing all the good things Present Mike was saying about their class. I'm getting kind of nervous. How about you, Bakugo? Yes. I'm getting into it, Bakugo said with a smile. They haven't gotten as much airtime, but this class has just as much talent, Present Mike said as another class also entered the stadium, Hero Course, Class 1B, he announced. Next up, General Studies classes C, D, and E, he added as the General Studies students walked out. In the lead was the boy from before, Shinso. That's him, Uraraka said pointing. Shinso. He seems like he's similar to Mr. Aizawa. I wonder what his quirk is, Izuku said. Support Course, Classes F, G, H, Present Mike said as another class with kids wearing support items walked out. And finally Business Course, I, J, K, he said as average-looking students walked holding books. All the first years are here, Present Mike announced, and the crowd's cheering got louder. We're just here to make these guys look stronger, a student from General Studies said. Yeah, I'm not feeling it, another one replied. Time for the player pledge, Midnight announced, and the male portion of the crowd got even more excited. They were murmuring, talking about how she's an R-rated hero and her skin-tight costume. Yes, Mineta was the most excited as he had a nosebleed and a thumbs up. Quiet everyone. Representing the students is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1, Midnight announced, and why me? Izuku thought as he got slightly nervous. He didn't show it though as he made his way to the podium and grabbed the mic. Why is it him? Bakugo asked, irritated. Well, he did score first in the entrance exams, Kirishima said. Bakugo snorted. I pledge to try my best, to go plus ultra, Izuku said as he then proceeded to get down the podium. The crowd cheered, while the students had one thought. That's it. I liked it, Uraraka said to Izuku. I agree. Something simple and motivating, Ida said. Thanks, I didn't really know what to say, Izuku replied. Now let's get started, Midnight announced. Already? Uraraka said. Now here's the fateful first game, Midnight said as a large screen appeared and many different names were flashing on the screen, but it stopped on one, obstacle race, Midnight announced. An obstacle course race, huh? Izuku said. All 11 classes will participate. The course is the outer circumference of the stadium. Since our school's selling point is freedom, it doesn't matter what you do as long as you stay along the course, Midnight explained. The students cheered and they all got into position. It's time, Izuku thought as he and the other students stood at the entrance of the obstacle course. There were 3 green lights and every time one light went out, it's a second closer to the start. Start, Midnight shouted and the students sprinted forward. As they tried to get past the entrance, there was too much crowding and people were getting crushed and pushed. I'm sorry, Todoroki said as he created a large amount of ice that covered the entrance and trapped most students by encasing their legs in ice. Using this, he was able to get a head start, putting him in the lead. Get back here, Yubi, Bakugo shouted as he used his explosions to propel himself off the ground and used it as a way of flight. Not bad, Todoroki, Momo said as she created a long steel pillar from her abdomen which propelled her forward. Watch how I sparkle, Aoyama said as he used his naval laser to propel himself forward. Watch out, Kirishima said as managed to avoid being stuck and leaped forward. You got me once, but that's it, Ojiro said as he used his tail to bounce forward. Phew, that was close, Mina said as she avoided the ice by jumping, then used her acid quirk to slide on the ice. I outsmarted you, Todoroki, Mineta announced as he used his quirk to bounce off the ice. You DM in half and half BSTRD, Bakugo shouted. Then he suddenly realized something, soon most of Class 1A realized it too. Where's Midoriya? They all thought. He can fly, so he shouldn't have been stopped by the ice. Something like this isn't enough, Todoroki thought, wondering where Izuku and what he's planning. Back all the way to the entrance you can see a lone green-haired boy who was currently stretching. It seems as though Izuku Midoriya is still in the process of stretching, Present Mike announced, which shocked everyone. What the hell is he doing? A person in the audience said. Hey kid, run, another person said. Okay, I feel good enough. Let's go, Izuku said as he began walking to the entrance. This brat, a mummified Aizawa groaned. And there he goes, Present Mike announced. Izuku was greeted with the sight of multiple students stuck in place by ice, while he saw some of his classmates up ahead. Dimendu, Bakugo shouted as he increased his explosion power to go even faster. I see, Todoroki said calmly as he realized what Izuku was doing. You want a bigger challenge, he thought as he started to become irritated. Here's my ultimate attack, Mineta said as he grabbed one of the ball from his head and was about to throw it at Todoroki. Grab dash, his attack never got to be completed as he got slapped away by a giant robot. Isn't that one of the 0-pointers from the exam? Kirishima said as he started to get worried. Here is the first obstacle, Robot Inferno, Present Mike announced. So this is what they had to face in the general entrance exams, Todoroki said. Those things again? Well, I think it's time, Izuku said as his body began to be covered in a green light and he began to slowly float. His light caught the attention of everybody, announcing he was here. Here comes Izuku Midoriya, present, Mike said. With a smile, Izuku blasted off, vanishing from view. Fast, someone said. These robots aren't enough. Especially since my stupid old man is watching, Todoroki said as he began to summon ice. Then suddenly he saw a green streak pass him. Damn it, he muttered. Midoriya is the first one through. This is perfectly unfair, present, Mike announced. Flying is such a rare ability that most events shouldn't be a problem, Aizawa said as he suddenly got an idea. Todoroki quickly froze the robot's legs, making sure it's unbalanced so that it can fall on people behind him. Wasting no time, he ran as fast as he could in an attempt to catch up to Izuku. No way in hell am I staying behind this half and half behind Deku, Bakugo shouted as he continued his propulsion going over the robots. And there goes Todoroki defending and attacking in one hit, present, Mike announced. Oh, it looks like someone is trapped underneath. Won't they die from that? The student said, worried. Like I'll die, Kirishima said as he managed to finally get out of the fallen robot parts angry. That Class A is really full of bastards, the gray-haired boy from before shouted as he was also underneath the robots. His body had a metallic look to it now. Eijiro Kirishima and Tetsu. They have really strong bodies, able to become the strongest spear or the strongest shield, present, Mike explained. We have similar quirks. I can barely stand out right now, Kirishima said with tears in his eyes. Tetsu replied. This is easy, Siro said as he used his tape to swing around over the robots. Land, Tokoyami told his quirk Dark Shadow. As expected, most of Class 1A is ahead, 13 said. They don't like standing around. They've already experienced the cruelty of the world, Aizawa said. Look at Midoriya. He has the greatest chance of winning this whole thing, 13 said. He's been cooped up in a hospital while everyone else has been non-stop training. We'll see, Aizawa replied. Momo was able to destroy the robots using her quirk to create a cannon, and like that a path was cleared which allowed the others to go through smoothly. Think the first obstacle was easy? How about the dash? Present Mike didn't finish his announcement as a green streak quickly passed the second obstacle. Never mind, Izuku Midoriya cleared it instantly, he announced. How is this fair? So many thought. While the students were struggling to pass even a single obstacle, he can just easily breeze through it all. The second obstacle was called the fall. Large stone pillars connected by tight ropes, and if you fell down below to the pit you were out. Todoroki used his ice to go over, while Bakugo just propelled himself with his explosions. A pink-haired girl from the support course used her items to pull herself across. And Tsuyu excelled with her frog-like qualities. BSC, Bakugo shouted as he was right behind Todoroki. He hated this. Not only was Todoroki ahead of him, but so was Izuku. He was way ahead of all of them even though he started late. He's hot on my trail, Todoroki said as he looked at Bakugo right behind him. Izuku was already out of sight and he doubted he could catch up in time. We are approaching the final obstacle, present Mike said. Never mind, once again, we have a champion, he announced as a green streak passed the minefield and made it back to the field. The audience cheered as they stared at the green-haired boy floating above them. Izuku, Inko shouted with tears of happiness seeing him in first place. Wait a minute, Death Arms said as he looked at Izuku with a sense of familiarity. Flying, green hair, and glows green, he thought to himself, wondering where he saw this before. I believe that's the kid from the Sludge incident, Kamui Woods said, and that's when it finally hit Death Arms. It is. He's pretty good, Death Arms said, impressed. Indeed. The power to fly is extremely rare. People will be fighting to get him, Kamui Woods stated. Now I wish we could scout, Death Arms grumbled. In a dark room, a young man with pale blue hair and dry skin stared at a computer screen watching as Izuku won. This brat again, he mumbled as he scratched his neck fervently. Damn it, Bakugo shouted angrily. He lost once again. I can't stay too far behind, Todoroki said as he soon approached the minefield. He had to move slower to not set off one of them, but that gave Bakugo a chance to catch up. Realizing he has no other choice, Todoroki created an ice path and crossed the mines, but this also allowed others to do the same. Now it's a battle for second place. Who will win? Present Mike announced. Todoroki and Bakugo were neck and neck. Neither one of them could win this. And in second place is Shoto Todoroki, announced Present Mike. Even with all this, I'm still behind him, Todoroki muttered in anger as he stared at Izuku's back and clenched his fist. Again. I still lost, Bakugo said as he was breathing with his hands on his knees. They're all coming one after another. The results will be posted shortly, Present Mike said. You were amazing, Deku, a breathing Uraraka said. Thanks. It was kind of unfair considering I can fly, Izuku said. I still struggled even with a quirk like mine, Uraraka said dejectedly. I think you did great, Izuku replied, which caused her to smile. This wasn't how it was supposed to go, Momo said as she was breathing entering the stage. On her back was Mineta sticking to her using his quirk. 2 birds with 1 stone, he said with a perverted smile. The first game of the first-year stage is officially over. Now, take a look at the results, Midnight says as a screen appears listing the rankings of all the students who made it back. The top 42 will move on. Now it's time for the real competition, Midnight said. Let's do this, Izuku thought. On the screen, names of events started flashing around for a minute, then as it got slower and slower it finally stopped on 1. Cavalry battle, Midnight said. Cavalry battle? I'm bad at those, Denki said with worry. It's not individual, so I wonder how it'll work, Tsuyu says. Let me explain. The participants will form teams of 2 to 4 people. It's the same as a regular cavalry battle, but the one difference is that each person based on the last event's result will have a certain amount of points awarded to them, Midnight explained. So it's a point-based system, Sato said. So each team is worth different amounts depending on who's on the team, Uraraka said. Oh, I see, Mina exclaimed. I didn't finish, Midnight shouted. Now where was I? So the points assigned goes up by 5 starting from the bottom. The person in last place is worth 5 points, second to last is 10 points, Midnight explained. I see. I should be worth about 210 points, Izuku thought. First place is worth 10 million points, Midnight stated. Izuku was frozen in his spot from shock. Everyone looked at him with greed in their eyes and a smile. That's right. Those at the bottom can overthrow the top, Midnight said. So no, you understand, All Might said. It's heavy being at the top, huh, All Might? Izuku thought to himself, feeling the pressure of everyone staring down at him. Now to explain the rules. You have a total of 15 minutes. Each team will be worth the total amount of points of the members. The riders will wear a headband with the total amount of points. Teams will try and grab each other's headbands until time runs out. Try to get as many points as possible. As long as time doesn't run out, you can keep playing, Midnight explained. So there's going to be 10 to 12 teams the whole time, Sato said. Now you can use your quirk to attack, but if you purposely try and make a team fall you get a red card. Which means immediate disqualification, Midnight said. Bakugo got annoyed hearing that. Now you have 15 minutes to make a team, Midnight as students starting looking around. It doesn't matter how many points my teammates have since I have so much. So I should think about who I want. Besides, I can just carry my teammates while flying, Izuku was contemplating. Suddenly students started crowding him. Hey, be on my team, a student said. No, be on mine, another one added. Can you answer a question for me? A tired voice said. No, I called shots on him first, another person said. Izuku was flustered and was slightly confused. Oh, and new rule, Midnight said, which captured everyone's attention. You can't be in the air for more than 30 seconds, she stated with a sadistic smile while looking straight at Izuku. Izuku said, frozen in shock once more. Everyone glared at him and the students who were crowding him suddenly dispersed, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Is that fair? A person in the audience asked. Yeah, his quirk is flying, right? Another person asked. Who wouldn't do something like this without a good reason? Someone said, which many agreed on. Yeah, I wonder what the kid is gonna do, the audience said with a cheer. No one wants to partner up with me, Izuku said as everyone avoided him like the plague. Everyone in my class already knows what I can do, but they'd rather go against me than rely on me. While the others just think I can fly, he thought. Hey Deku, let's team up, Uraraka said. Thank you, Izuku exclaimed, excited that he finally had a partner. Yeah, it's better to work with people you know, besides it won't be too hard. We can just run away or something, Uraraka explained. Maybe. They're trying to make me not rely on flying. I have an idea, Izuku exclaimed as he explained everything to Uraraka. Ida, both Izuku and Uraraka said as they approached him. Let's team up, Izuku said. I would, but I have to decline. From the moment we've met you've been better than me in everything. If I keep on following behind you that's where I'll stay, behind you. I want to test myself, I hope you can understand, Ida explained, which left Izuku dejected. I see. All right, I want to see you do your best, Izuku said with a smile. Of course, Ida said as he walked off, joining Todoroki, Momo and Denki. Tokoyami, Izuku said as he approached the bird-looking teen. I must refuse. You being of the light goes against my very nature. I am born of the darkness, Tokoyami said. Okay. Izuku said, not understanding a word of what was said. There you are, a voice shouted, which caught the attention of Izuku and Uraraka. A pink-haired girl covered in gadgets made her way towards Izuku with a smile on her face. Team up with me. With you being in first place, all the eyes will be on you and I'll be able to show off all my babies, the girl said. Babies? Uraraka asked, confused. I'm Mei Hatsum from the support course. We're allowed to bring support items as long as we've created them. Support items that can be helpful with your quirk. I'm sure any one of my babies would be able to help you, Hatuzum said as she pulled out a chest full of gadgets. Izuku said, looking at them with stars in his eyes. He recognized some gadgets based on what some pro heroes use, and couldn't help but fanboy. Okay, we just need one more person then, Izuku said. Mon ami, Aoyama said as he came up to Izuku with his non-stop sparkling. With your shine and my sparkle no one would be able to take their eyes of us, he explained with a pose. This can work, Izuku muttered as he got an idea. Okay, he said with a smile as a plan formulated. All right, let's get this thing started, Midnight announced. With 12 teams lined up on the field, it's time for UA's bloody battle, Present Mike announced. Let's do this, Izuku said as he tied the headband on his forehead. He was the rider while Aoyama was in the front and Uraraka and Hatsum were in the back. Izuku was actually floating while the others held on to him, which made him essentially weightless to them. Light the signal fire, Present Mike shouted as the start of the cavalry battle started. Instantly all the teams ran towards Izuku's team. I knew you would all come. Now Aoyama, Izuku shouted as he started to glow. Sparkling X shining cannon, Aoyama said as his naval laser started to shoot out. With a loud clap, Izuku glowed so brightly everyone had to cover their eyes, except for his teammates who all wore protective eyewear courtesy of Hatsum. As the light finally died down, they all noticed that Izuku's team was no longer there. Where did they go? Someone asked. Wait, where's my headband? Toru said as she noticed how Invisible Forehead no longer had a headband. Ours is gone too, another team exclaimed in shock. People began looking in shock as they no longer had any headbands. Looking for these? Izuku said as he held the headbands of multiple teams. They all looked at him and began dashing towards his team. Give that back. They all shouted. Then go get them, Izuku said as he proceeded to throw all the headbands in the sky and watched as they scattered about. The teams then began to fight over them, leaving Izuku and his team alone. Amazing play by Team Izuku. Now the other teams have no choice but to fight each other for their headbands back, Present Mike explained. Impressive, Aizawa said as he realized what Izuku did. Using the brightness of his light, he blinded everybody, then had Uraraka make everyone weightless. Then using Aoyama's naval laser they were able to quickly move before the light died down, and Izuku created hand constructs that would go around stealing headbands. "Du!" Bakugo shouted angrily as he made his way to Izuku's team using his explosion. Though Izuku was able to steal headbands from multiple people, he wasn't able to do it from all the teams. which included Bakugo's, Todoroki's, Teshutetsu's, some blonde kid with a smug look, and surprisingly Mineta's. Izuku said as he acted a large dome-like barrier that covered his entire team. When Bakugo shot an explosion at it, he cracked it a little, but with Izuku's willpower it quickly fixed itself. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, green light. As long as he has the will for it, he can will it, Present Mike explained, which made no sense for almost everybody. So it's not just flying? That's a real good quirk, someone in the audience said. He can be a good hero, another person said. Back to the field, Bakugo ran out of time and had to quickly return to his team. Damn it, Bakugo said as Zero then used his tape to latch onto Bakugo and bring him back to the team. Everyone wondered if what he did was allowed and turned to Midnight. Since he didn't touch the floor, it's all right, Midnight explained. We need to somehow get past that barrier, Kirishima said. Maybe I can use my acid to melt through it? But I don't know how long it's going to take, Mina suggested. Fine. As long as you can weak dash. Bakugo didn't get to finish his sentence as suddenly his headband was snatched right off his head. You Class A are so simple-minded. By sticking together during the course race, we were able to observe the quirks of those that would be our rivals. There's no point in being obsessive over winning in the prelims, Monoma, a blonde-haired boy with a smug expression said, as he twirled Bakugo's headband. Bakugo was clenching his teeth in anger, ready to kill. Oh, aren't you famous? The student that was attacked by that sludge villain. You have some luck, huh? Being attacked by villains once a year, Monoma said, and Bakugo now had just one thought. Kirishima. Change of plans, Bakugo said as he was glowing with anger, we're going to kill these guys. Monoma smiled. At this rate, I don't think anyone else will be coming for us, Izuku said. Look at us. Stars, Aoyama said as his twinkle intensified. Midoriya, a voice said, and when Izuku looked its way he was met with Todoroki and his team. Todoroki, Izuku replied, wondering how he's going to try and get through the barrier. The problem was that if he kept it up for too long, he would get tired. Todoroki said as he created large ice spikes that shot out from the ground towards the barrier. Momo created a cannon and began firing, and Denki created a large amount of lightning shooting it. All these attacks landed at the same time, and managed to break past the barrier. Reciproburst Ida shouted as he ran as much as he could toward Izuku. The speed was insane, catching almost everyone off, except for Izuku. Todoroki had his hand outstretched in an attempt to grab the headband. That won't work, Izuku said with a calm face as a barrier appeared in front of his head protecting the headband. Todoroki tried to use his ice, but using his willpower Izuku created a signature construct of his. A large green mallet appeared, smashing all the incoming ice to pieces. With a grunt, Izuku created chains that tied around Ida, forcing him to stay still. As Todoroki tried to create another large ice attack, a large laser beam shot at him. This forced him to quickly dodge, causing him to almost fall off. Don't forget about me, Aoyama said with a twinkling smile. Tesuch, Todoroki said. Feeling overwhelmed, a small amount of fire began to appear on Todoroki's left side. But as quickly as it came, it left just as fast. 1,000,000 volts, Denki shouted as a large amount of electricity shot forward. Lightning rod, Hatsum said as she threw a mechanical stick at the team. The device attracted all the electricity, causing Todoroki and his team to be shocked instead. Good, Izuku said as he created a barrier, but this time around Todoroki and his team. Let's go, Izuku said as Uraraka proceeded to make everyone weightless and Aoyama sent them flying with his quirk. Time's almost up. Let's start the countdown. Present Mike announced. Bakugo shouted as he was making his way towards Izuku's team using his explosions. You could see that he not only did he get his headband back, he acquired even more headbands. Tenet. Come Kaken, as Izuku proceeded to soar off into the sky, making his way to Bakugo. 7. Todoroki shouted as his team managed to escape the barrier, using his ice to create a sort of slide that took him to the air. He held a metal rod covered in ice as he made his way towards them. 6-5. I'm taking that 10 million, Bakugo shouted as he outstretched his hand and went for a swipe. Izuku dodged it and with a slight spin he delivered a kick to Bakugo's side. Todoroki shouted as he threw the metal rod with all his strength, adding even more ice to it as it went towards Izuku. Izuku spun towards Todoroki, and in a show of demse caught the rod with one hand. For 3. Take this back, Izuku shouted as threw the rod at Todoroki. It hit him squarely in the gut, sending him flying down. Both him and Bakugo were about to crash into the floor. 2-1. The bell rang as both Todoroki and Bakugo fell to the ground. The game ended just in time. And that's game, Present Mike announced. Bakugo, are you okay, man? Kirishima asked in worry. In it, Bakugo said angrily as he punched the ground in anger. Todoroki, Momo said as her and the rest of the team ran to check up on him. I'm fine, he said with a cough holding his stomach. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't expect that he would be able to react to my recipro burst, Ida said dejected. Angry at himself for not being enough. No, it's not your fault. Midoriya is too much of a powerful student. He has essentially 5 quirks in 1 inch, Momo said. This statement caught Todoroki's attention. Let's see the results, Present Mike announced. In first place we have Team Midoriya, he said. The crowd went wild in excitement and cheering. Yes, I know. You can't take your eyes off moi, Aoyama said with a bow, blowing kisses to the crowd. This would be better if he wasn't shivering and on the verge of throwing up. We did it, Deku, Uraraka said with excitement and glee. I knew you guys could do it, Izuku said. You did most of the work, Uraraka. No, I couldn't have done it without you guys, Izuku said. Did you see my babies? It's hard to show them off with a guy that creates things he imagines. But let's talk more about what you can create, Midoriya, Hatsum said. She wanted to see the more complex side of his creations. The ability to instantly make anything is a dream to those in the support course. In second place is Team Bakugo, Present Mike announced. Though we weren't able to get the 10 million points. This is also good, Mina said. You better watch it in the next one, Deku, Bakugo muttered angrily. Kirishima was trying to cool him off and made sure he doesn't do anything rash. He's such a hassle, Siro says with a sigh. In third place we have Team Todoroki, Present Mike said. Yeah, Denki said as he had both thumbs up and looked like an idiot. We should have had a better plan. Midoriya was fighting to defend. With the quirks of him and his teammates that was an easy thing to do, Momo said. That's not just it. He's just much more powerful than us, Todoroki explained. While his team couldn't disagree, it was still a hard pill to swallow. Even after witnessing his power firsthand through the quirk assessment, battle trial, and the USJ. Even with 2 weeks of training, while he slept and we trained. He still won, Ida said as he clenched his fist. Then just train harder. Get stronger. I'll make sure to beat him. I'll beat him only with my ice, Todoroki stated. And lastly we have in fourth place we have Team Shinsu. Present Mike shouted and everyone cheered. The next event would be the final one, and the one that decides everything. Now let's have a 1-hour break for lunch before we continue, Present Mike said. Man, this sucks, Tsuyu said. Her team had a solid plan, but they got caught off guard by some girl with vine hair. Congratulations, Tsuyu said to Mina. Thanks, but Bakugo just wanted me on his team to melt Todoroki's ice. So it's not really a reflection on my abilities. Better than my team, Tsuyu said. Hey, Midoriya, Todoroki said as he made his way to Izuku. Yeah. Izuku asked, wondering what he was going to say this time. Can we talk? Todoroki said. With his confusion high, Izuku and Todoroki went to have a little chat. So, you brought me here. Now what? The cafeteria is gonna get busy, so we should go eat soon, Izuku said as he stared at the half-and-half boy. You overwhelmed me. No matter what I do, you continue to overwhelm me. I almost even used my left side, Todoroki said, clenching his left arm. Why didn't you? It would have significantly increased your chances, Izuku asked, confused on why Todoroki is limiting himself so much. I have a question. Your quirk doesn't make any sense. You have so many abilities that just don't seem to correlate, but it's all one quirk. Tell me, are you a child of a quirk marriage? Todoroki asked. Quirk marriage? My mom can attract small things to her, And my dad can breathe fire. I'm a mutation, completely different from my parents, Izuku answered. I see. Tell me one thing, do you have all might in your corner? Todoroki asked. Huh. Izuku was confused what he meant by that. Ever since you woke. All Might has been focusing a lot on you, like there's something between you two. Even Aizawa has been acting different with you, Todoroki said. Oh, it's not what you think. Izuku said as he began to get nervous. Not what I think, huh? My father is the hero Endeavor. You must have heard of him. Which means you're aware that he's the number 2 hero. So if you're connected to the number 1 hero, All Might in some way, that would mean that I have even more reason to beat you, Todoroki stated. But to impress your father? Izuku asked. My old man is ambitious. He aims for the top. He used his power to make a name for himself as a hero. But he was never able to best All Might, so the symbol of peace is living proof of his failure. He's still at it, though, trying to take down All Might. One way or another, Todoroki explained. I'm not really sure what you're getting at. What are you trying to tell me, Todoroki? Izuku asked, wondering where this was going. Back when I asked you if you were the result of a Quirk marriage, the reason is because I am one. My father has not only a rich history of accomplishments, but plenty of money to throw at his problems. He bought my mother from her relatives to get his hands on her Quirk. And now he's raising me to usurp All Might, Todoroki explained. So you're telling me you were raised to beat All Might? Wow, I'm really sorry, that must have been horrible, Izuku said with compassion. It's so annoying. I refuse to be a tool for that scumbag. In every memory of my mother I only see her crying. I remember she called my left side unbearable, before she poured boiling water on my face. The reason I picked a fight with you was to show my old man what I was capable of, without having to rely on his Med Fire Quirk. You see, I'm going to show him that I reject his power, and I can take first place without using it, Todoroki explained. I see. You know we've had completely different lives. You grew up hating your power while I grew up wishing for it. But in the end we both want the same thing, and that's to be number 1. I want you to try your best, Todoroki. Go all out against me. Show me that it's your Quirk. You declared war on me, then right back at you. I want to fight you at your strongest, Izuku said. Todoroki was a little surprised by this, causing his will to falter for a moment. No. I'm only going to beat you with my right side, I assure you of that, Todoroki said as he walked away, leaving Izuku alone. I promise I'll change your mind, Izuku vowed as he made his way to the cafeteria. So what did Todoroki want? He just wanted to talk about how he was going to beat me, Izuku said as he sat down with his food. Wow, everyone wants to beat you, huh? Uraraka said. Yeah. Makes me think about how All Might has to face this every day, Izuku said with a sigh. Indeed. Even though I used Recipro Burst it wasn't enough, Ida said defeated. What are you talking about? You were super fast. I had to put almost all my focus onto you because of how fast you were, Izuku said in an attempt to cheer Ida up. Yes, super duper fast, Uraraka added. Thank you for the praise. But it is alright, I will use this as a reflection of my skill and a way to increase my capabilities, Ida said. I hope so, Izuku said with a smile as he began to eat his food. An hour later and it was time to resume the sport festival. After such a rocking break it's time for the final event. The 16 students from the top 4 teams will be duking it out in a one-on-one tournament-style competition, Present Mike announced. Yeah. Finally getting the chance to show what we're made of. I watch these finals every year, and now I'm actually in them, Kirishima said in excitement as he palmed his fist. Is it always a tournament? The finals are always a one-on-one competition. Last year it was a foam sword fight match, Ciro explained. Come closer and draw lots to see who you're up against. The 16 finalists have the option of participating in those activities or sitting out to prepare for battle. I'm sure you all want to conserve your stamina, Midnight said holding a yellow box with the word lots on it. Excuse me. I want to withdraw, Ojiro said as he raised his hand. What? Why? Izuku asked. This is a rare chance for pros to see you, Ida said. It just doesn't feel right. I barely remember the cavalry battle until the end. I think it was that guy's Quirk, Ojiro said. Who did Ojiro team up with again? Izuku wondered, then he remembered and looked at a certain purple-haired teen. I know this is a great opportunity but my conscience won't let me. Everyone put their all in round but I was just someone's puppet, no way. I don't want to advance without doing it myself, it's unfair, Ojiro explained. You're making too much of a deal here. Just do good in the finals and prove that you belong here, Toru said. Yeah. I didn't do much either, Mina said. That's not it. It's my pride. I can't give that up, Ojiro said as he began to tear up. Nairenjiki Shota from Class 1B. I think I should withdraw for the exact same reason. Regardless of how strong I am, this isn't how I wanted to get here. It would go against the values of the festival to advance without earning my spot, a short plump teen with pale blue hair said. What a strange turn of events. Well, it's all up to midnight, Present Mike said. This sort of talk is incredibly naive, my boys. That turns me on. Shota. Ojiro. You're withdrawn. Midnight announced. I feel the same way. But I'm going to win and show them I can do it on my own, Tokoyami said to Ojiro as he was also brainwashed. Well, we'll have to move up 2 students from the 5th place cavalry team so we have enough contestants, Midnight said. We were frozen for most of the time. I think Team Tetsu should get it because they were working more than us. Kendo, a girl with orange hair tied into a high ponytail on the left side of her head said. Thank you, Kendo, Tetsu exclaimed with tears in his eyes. I just think it's fair, Kendo replied. All right, Tetsu and Shiozaki have advanced to the final. Take a look at the bracket, my dears. These are your opponents, Midnight announced as a screen appeared listing all their names in brackets. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso. Shoto Todoroki vs Hantashiro. Denki Kaminari vs Ibara Shiozaki. Tenya Ida vs Mei Hatsum. Yuga Aoyama vs Mina Ishido. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. Katsuki Bakugo vs Achiko Uraraka. Seriously? This is too much, both Kirishima and Tetsu said at the same time. Them fighting each other seems like more than a coincidence. I'll give it my all, Tokoyami as he looked at Momo. Mon Chéri, it's quite unlucky that I'm your opponent, Aoyama said to Mina with a wink and sparkle. You mean, lucky, Mina replied with a smile. So I'm the first match of the first bracket. That means I'm fighting Todoroki next, Izuku said to himself seeing his name at the top. Midoriya, right? Shinso said as he appeared behind Midoriya, which caught him by surprise. Didn't see you there, Izuku said nervously. I'm looking forward to the match, are you excited? Shinso asked. Oh dash. Izuku was interrupted by Ojiro's tale. Not so fast, Ojiro said. Shinso said as he walked away. You can't speak a word to him. I think that's how his quirk works, to brainwash you, Ojiro explained. Oh. Thanks, Izuku said. Be careful, Ojiro added. Sooner than I expected, Todoroki said as he stared at the screen. Seeing that he and Izuku would fight each other if they both win their first match, he finally wants to prove to his father and himself that he only needs his right side. Who the hell is Uraraka? Bakugo asked, seeing her as his first opponent. Oh no, Uraraka said in fear. Ida, right? Hatsum said as she made her way to Ida. Ah yes. Ida wondered. Oh, this is gonna be fun, I have an idea, Hatsum says, bubbling with excitement. Alright, before we start the finals it's time for a short interlude. Let's play some quick side games first, Present Mike announced. Those in the tournament didn't participate and spent the time resting and preparing themselves for the fight to come. An hour later it was finally time to start. Pro Hero and Teacher Cementos created a fighting stage in the middle of the field using his quirk. It's time, Izuku said as he stretched and hyped himself up. Even though he was confident in his own abilities, he's never had to fight in front of such a large crowd. Let's do this. Asmo set up Protocol 002 Protocol 002 initiating, Asmo replied. Audience. The finals you've been waiting for is finally starting. Our first match is beginning. He's been overwhelming everyone since the beginning, it's pretty unfair. Izuku Midoriya from the Hero course, and Hitoshi Shinso from General Studies. He hasn't really done anything, Present Mike exclaims as both students walk onto the stage. Shinso says as he stares at Izuku. The rules are simple. Force your opponent out of bounds or immobilize them. You can also win by making your opponent say, "I give up." Injuries are okay because we have Recovery Girl on standby. Present Mike explained. I'll stop things if they go too far, Cementos said. So you can just give up, huh? In a way, this is a test of how strong your spirit is. If you know what you want your future to hold for you, you can't worry about what other people think, Shinso said. Ready? The voice of Present Mike reverberated. That monkey was going on about his pride earlier, Shinso continued. Begin, Present Mike announced. But I just think he's an idiot for throwing away his chance like that, Shinso said, which set Izuku off. Izuku replied in slight anger with, You know you're starting to sound like a real but dash. I win, Shinso said with a smirk. Demon IT. Told him not to talk, Ojiro said as he face-bombed. Young Midoriya? All Might wondered what was going on. The fight has just begun, but Izuku Midoriya is completely frozen. He's not moving a muscle. And what's with that look on his face? Could this be the work of a quirk? Present Mike said in confusion. Come on, Deku said. Why isn't he moving? He didn't stand out in the first rounds at all, but Hitoshi Shinso is possibly crazy powerful. What a turn of events, Present Mike said. This is a perfect example of why the entrance exam isn't rational, Aizawa said. Why do you say that? Present Mike asked him. I had some information compiled about our final competitors. Shinso failed the practical exam to get into the Hero course. Since he also applied for General Studies, he probably figured that would happen. His quirk is incredibly strong, but that entrance test consisted of fighting robots. It gave a huge advantage to those who had physical superpowers they could show off. He never stood a chance, Aizawa explained. I see, Present Mike said, understanding. You're lucky to have been so blessed, Izuku Midoriya. Now turn around and walk out of bounds like the good little hero you are, Shinso commanded. With no sort of hesitation, Izuku began making his way out of bounds. What? He's obeying him. Is this the end of Midoriya's reign? Present Mike shouted. Creator's thoughts. Big underscore papa. Part 1 of 17K words in total. Man, this took me a while. I write long chapters, so I may take longer to post. How's the Shinso fight gonna turn out? You're gonna find out next chapter. Tell me what you guys think. Comment. 0 comment. Chapter 9. Sports Festival 2. Oh no, Deku, what are you doing? Uraraka said with worry. No way, this is how Midoriya is gonna lose, right? Kirishima asked. You have to advance. Todoroki thought, staring at Izuku making his way to the bounds. What is this boy's quirk? All Might asked. Hitoshi Shinso. Quirk? Brainwash. When an opponent answers his question, they are put under his control, making them do whatever he wants. Not every question though, only when he wants to use his quirk. Present Mike explained. Even without powers, Midoriya would very much beat Shinso. But this brainwashing is quite the obstacle. Nevertheless, the match will end soon, Aizawa said. What are you doing, kid? Can't you do anything you imagine? All Might thought. So this is how it works. I can't control my body. It's like my head is full of fog, Izuku said in his head without a large amount of worry. 1 hour ago. A quirk that can control people. That's hard to beat, Izuku said to Ojiro. Don't give him a chance to use it. He didn't get into my head until I answered a question he asked me before the second round. I think that's the secret behind his power, Ojiro explained. So I shouldn't talk at all, or I'm done for, Izuku said. There's still a chance. I don't remember the second round, but I think when we were running after Shinso got Tetsu's headband, I bumped into somebody. Then suddenly I was myself again, Ojiro explained. So the bump broke you out of it? That's good to know, Izuku said. But I don't know how much of a shock is needed, not to mention you can't count on outside help, Ojiro. Thanks so much. You're a good guy, Ojiro, Izuku said with a smile. Thanks. Beat this guy for me, Ojiro said. Of course, Izuku replied. Later on when he was alone he asked Asmo a question, what happens if I get brainwashed? Being mind-controlled prevents you from properly using your power, Asmo explained. Damn, so I won't be able to create a construct that can knock me out of it, Izuku said, thinking about this. He wants to know a way to overcome not only for this match, but for the future. He never knows if he might come across a person with a mind control ability. Lantern Midoriya can create a set of instructions for the ring to activate at later times, Asmo said. Set of instructions? Izuku wondered what that meant, until he had an idea. Present. Protocol 002 initiated, Asmo's computerized voice stated. Just as Izuku was about to take his final step over the stage declaring his defeat, his ring started to glow with a bright green light. What? He shouldn't be able to use his quirk, Shinso said in shock. Suddenly a large green fist appeared in front of Izuku, and with a swift and powerful punch that landed clearly on Izuku's face, he went flying back, crashing onto the ground with a loud thud. What is this? It seems as though Izuku Midoriya attacked himself, Present Mike said. It seemed he figured out a way, Aizawa said with a smirk. Did he just knock himself out? Uraraka said. Is he still suffering from the villain's attack? Yes. No. He did it, Ojiro said in shock, realizing what had just happened. Don't tell me. Shinso was now annoyed at this development. Ow, that really hurts, Izuku said, holding his face as he began to get up. How did you do that? Shinso asked, but he got no response, no answer. Did he figure it out? No, that monkey must have told him. I have to make him talk again, Shinso thought to himself. I'm pretty jealous. Look at you, blessed with such a cool and flash quirk. You're destined to be a hero, Shinso said frantically. I know how jealousy feels like. He's right, I have been blessed. That's why I have to win, there's so much I need to do, so I have to win, Izuku said in his head as he began to make his way to Shinso with a sprint. With my quirk I've always been behind others, I'm sure you wouldn't understand, Shinso said. You're wrong, Izuku thought. Say something, damn it, Shinso shouted in anger. He threw a punch at Izuku, but it was easily caught. I can't lose, Izuku thought as he grabbed Shinso's arm and threw him over his shoulder onto the ground. Then with one hand he picked him up and dropped him out of bounds. Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya advances, Midnight announced as the crowd cheered, turning the table at the last moment. Amazing, Ida said. He did the same to you before, right? Kirishima said to Bakugo, imitating Izuku's over-the-shoulder throw. Shut it, Bakugo says. DMN. I still lost. All my life I've been called a criminal, a villain. I want to be a hero, I want to show them, Shinso thought as he stared at the sky. Someone like me wouldn't understand, huh? Shinso, tell me, why do you want to be a hero? Izuku asked. You can't help the things you long for, Shinso said as he makes his way off the stage. He's just like I was. I can't say anything that will make him feel better, Izuku thought. You were awesome out there, Shinso, a student from General Studies said. This shocked Shinso. Yeah, you didn't tell us you were that good, another student added. The General Studies gave constant praise to Shinso and his awesome power. With a quirk like that, it would be very simple. To capture dangerous villains. Wish I had it, a pro hero said. I can't believe they stuck him in General Studies. Those idiots, another hero said. They do get tons of applications a year. But still, what a waste, he could be amazing, another hero added. Hear that, Shinso? They think you're incredible, a General Studies student said. Shocking Shinso to his core. For the first time he finally has people that believe in him. Midoriya. Depending on the results, they might transfer people into the hero course. Remember that. Even if it didn't work out this time, I'm not giving up. I'll get onto the hero track, get certified, and then, I'll become a better pro than any of you, Shinso said with a slight smile. I look forward to it, Izuku replied with a smile. Keep your guard up, I could have gotten you with my quirk. You better not lose in such a lame way. Shinso replied with a smirk as he made his way off. Definitely, Izuku said. Some time later in the waiting room, Izuku was resting and planning for his next match. Young Midoriya, All Might says as he walks in his muscular form. Checking that no one else was inside, he reverted to his skinny self. That was amazing out there, how did you do it? Break past Shinso's quirk. Fifth. It was one of the functions of my ring. I can give it a set of conditions for certain situations, even if I'm not using it, Izuku explained. So you made it create a construct to attack you in order to escape the brainwashing. Good work, All Might said. Yeah. I call it protocol. In the event of me being under someone else's control, my ring will create constructs to attack me until either I'm free from the control or I'm knocked out, Izuku explained. Amazing. I knew you could do it, All Might said, reverting back into his much larger form and giving him a thumbs up. Thanks All Might, Izuku says with a smile. Of course he won, Todoroki said with a slight smile. He was standing at the entrance of the stage and was waiting to be called for his match. As he was about to be called, someone appeared behind him. What do you want? He asked, annoyed. You're acting disgraceful, Shoto, a large man in a blue and red hero costume said. He had a beard made out of fire and looked at his son in anger. This was the number 2 pro hero Endeavor. Todoroki snorted. If you simply used the power in your left side, you could have won in both of the first rounds. It's time to stop this childish rebellion of yours. You have a duty to surpass that imbecile All Might. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're different from your siblings. You're my greatest masterpiece, Endeavor said to his rebellious son. Is that all you got to say to me, you bastard? I'm going to win only using Mom's power. You won't get the pleasure of seeing me use yours, Todoroki stated. Even if that works for you now, you'll soon see the limitations in that, Endeavor said with a snort as he walked off. Back to the audience in section, Izuku was looking for his friends and a seat. Deku over here, Uraraka said, and with a smile Izuku made his way over. The whole class was there and Izuku joined them. They were all ready for the second match. Enough standing around. It's time for our next players. He's got skills, but at the expense at really weird elbows. From the hero course, Hanada Siro. Present, Mike announced. The crowd cheered loudly. That was uncalled for, said Siro as he made his way to the stadium. Versus an early frontrunner who's way too strong for his own good. Someone who made it rightfully through recommendations. From the hero course, Shoto Todoroki. Present, Mike announced. Well, I don't really feel like I can win this, Siro said as he began to stretch. Ready. Start, Present, Mike announced. But I don't feel like losing either, Siro said as he shot some of his tape at Todoroki quickly, which wrapped itself around him. Then he began to swing him towards the edge of the stadium. A surprise attack aimed to get his opponent out of bounds. Don't you think that's the best choice for this situation? Present, Mike said. Sorry, Todoroki said as he slammed his foot. Suddenly an enormous amount of ice started spreading in front of him, engulfing everything and extending past the stadium. Don't you think this is too much? Siro said as he was completely frozen, leaving only his head free. Can you move, Siro? Midnight asked as even she got caught by Todoroki's ice. I'm completely frozen, of course I can't, Siro said. Siro is immobilized. Todoroki moves on to the second round, Midnight announces. Nice try, kid, a hero said, feeling bad for Siro. Yeah, not bad, another hero said. Pretty soon the whole crowd started to praise Siro out of pity. Sorry about that, I was angry, Todoroki said as he made his way to Siro and began to melt the ice around him. He looks sad, Izuku thought looking at Todoroki. Like that everyone had their own battle, Denki and Ibra were next. He ended up losing because Ibra's quirk protected her from his electricity and he went into his dumb mode. Next was Ida versus Hatsum. Ida wore support gear given to him by Hatsum. Using his speed he tried to catch her, but with her constant gadgets it was near impossible. During that time she would show off and explain how each gadget worked, turning her fight into a commercial. After showing her so-called babies she walked off, declaring Ida the winner. After that was Aoyama versus Mina. Using her acid she was swiftly sliding and avoiding his lasers, and after a while his stomach began to hurt. Taking that chance she melted his belt with her acid and hit him with a strong uppercut, making her the winner. Then it was Tokoyama versus Momo. She managed to catch him off guard in the beginning, but with Dark Shadow he managed to block it. He then had her on the defensive the rest of the match, constantly pushing her back until she was out of bounds. For Kirishima and Tetsu they were too similar. Similar quirk, similar fight style. This resulted in them knocking each other out in a tie. They would have a tiebreaker after the first round of matches ended. Then it was time for the final match of the first round. I'm next. So this is it. My fight. It'll be okay. I don't think Bakugo would use the full power of his explosions on a girl, right? Uraraka asked Izuku. Yeah, he would, Izuku replied. Oh man, Uraraka said as she began to get even more nervous. It's alright, see, I got a plan on how you can beat him using your quirk. It's not much, but I think it can help, Izuku said as he brought out a notebook. Thanks, it's amazing. But I'm good, sorry, Uraraka replied. What? Why? Izuku asked confused. You're wonderful, Deku. You always seem to win and you're so strong. When I said it's better to team up with people you know, I think it's because I actually wanted to rely on you to win. So when Ida said he was trying his best to beat you, I got embarrassed, Uraraka explained. Uraraka, it's honestly fine, Izuku tried to cheer her up. Everyone's facing their future and giving this their best. That means we're all rivals. Even you and me, Dek. So, guess I'll see you in the finals, Uraraka said as she walked away. While we wait for Kirishima and Tetsu to recover, we'll move on to the next battle, Present Mike announced. Ribbit. This is going to be disturbing. He said. I know. I almost don't want to watch it, Toru said. Do your best, Izuku thought. He was a hot shot in middle school. Look at his determination. From the hero course Katsuki Bakugo. Versus, the one I'm personally rooting for, from the same class, Achiko Uraraka, Present Mike announced, let the 8th match begin. So you're the one who screws with gravity. Right, pink cheeks? Bakugo said. Pink cheeks? Uraraka. Midoriya, I'm curious about something, Ida said. Yes. Izuku asked. What was the strategy you wanted to give Uraraka to beat Bakugo? Ida asked. Well, it really isn't much. Since the longer Kaken fights, the more he sweats, so the stronger he gets. But if she can get close enough and take away his gravity, then she can get him out of bounds, Izuku explained. 8th match begin, Present Mike announced. Uraraka quickly ran to Bakugo in an attempt to get him with a swift attack. Giving up isn't a choice, Uraraka said as she made her way to Bakugo. Then die, Bakugo said as he shot off a large explosion which Uraraka couldn't dodge. Did he blast her? Mineta asked in shock. Even though you're fighting a girl, you have no mercy, do you, Bakugo? Ribbit. Said. Even though I knew it was coming, I couldn't dodge it, Uraraka said as she hid in the smoke of Bakugo's explosion. You should have given up when I gave you the chance, Bakugo said, looking for Uraraka. When he caught a glimpse of her uniform, he fired off another explosion downward. You can't beat me. Only to reveal that instead of Uraraka, it was just her jacket. Oh yeah. She made her jacket float and sent it his way, Present Mike explained as Uraraka appeared behind Bakugo through the smoke. But Bakugo quickly turned around and fired off another explosion Uraraka failed to dodge, sending her flying. Wow, with that reaction time there's no use in a smokescreen, Denki said. Too slow, Bakugo shouted as he waved the smoke away and fired off another explosion. This continued on for a while. With Uraraka trying to touch Bakugo, but he would always respond with an explosion, always hitting her. Uraraka keeps on attacking without rest. But this is just. Even Present Mike didn't like what he was watching. Hey, shouldn't you stop this? A hero said. Isn't this enough? Another hero added. This is shameful. Listen, kid, you really want to be a hero? Then stop acting like a bully. If you're so good, just send her out of bounds. Stop toying with the girl and end this match, a hero continued. Yeah, what he said, someone else added. Pretty soon the whole crowd began to boo Bakugo and call him a bully. Wow, the crowd is now booing Bakugo. Honestly speaking, I actually aged Jadash, Present Mike was saying before Aizawa stood up and grabbed the microphone from his hand. Why? Who's the one who started this? Are you a pro? Huh. The hero was confused. Because if you're being serious, you can go home and hang up your cape. I'd suggest looking into another career. You know what he's talking about? Another hero asked. Bakugo's fierceness is an acknowledgement of his opponent's strength. He knows she deserves to have made it this far, so he's making sure he does whatever it takes to keep her at bay and come out on top, Aizawa explains, which shocks the crowd. We're not finished, Bakugo said as he was starting to get tired, his breathing a sigh of that. I think it's time. Thanks for keeping your eyes on me, Uraraka said. What? He was confused with what she meant. I'm not surprised he didn't realize it soon, but it's shameful even a pro didn't. She kept low to the ground so whenever he attacked the floor would break, creating weapons for her, Monoma explained. A meteor shower, someone in the audience says as they looked up to see numerous pieces of the stadium floating above the stage. With this much he shouldn't be able to avoid me, while dodging and counter-attacking. Then I can finally get close, Uraraka said. I'm not surprised you have a plan like this, you are friends with that nerd, Bakugo said as he raised his palms to the sky. With everything he had, Bakugo fired off the biggest and strongest explosion he's shown, completely decimating all the debris and forcing Uraraka to stand back. After he was done, he could barely move his arms as they were visibly shaking. I put everything I had into that, but it wasn't enough, Uraraka said, disappointed in herself. Izuku muttered as he watched what had just happened. I can still stand. All right, let's do this. If Deku was here he wouldn't give up, Uraraka says as she tries to pump herself up. Even though she tried her best to stand, it wasn't enough. Her body collapsed from exhaustion. Uraraka is down, Present Mic announced. No. I can still do this. I can keep going, thought Uraraka as she tried to move her body. It's too much, she too tired, a viewer stated. Yeah, someone else agreed. I can become a hero, she muttered. Uraraka is KO'd. Bakugo moves on, Midnight announced as the crowd cheered. And that's it for the first round, Present Mic states. I was really rooting for her too, oh man, he says. You're supposed to be unbiased, Aizawa says. Yeah. Now let's take a small break before we advance to the next round, Present Mic said. I'm so sorry, Uraraka, Izuku thinks to himself as he was making his way to the waiting room. Deku, Bakugo shouts, catching the green-haired boy's attention. Kaken? Izuku said. What the hell are you doing here? Do you want to die? Bakugo exclaims. Don't you know I'm next? Izuku said. Whatever. Just stay out of my way. Besides, you were the one who gave her that stupid plan, right? You had to be, Bakugo said. No. Everything she did from start to finish was all her, Izuku replied as he walked away. Bakugo was even more sad hearing that. He made his way back to his seat where his classmates greeted him. You make an amazing villain, Siro said. Yeah, you're great at it, Tsuyu added. Shut up, Bakugo responded angrily. But really, I can't believe you aimed such big explosions at such a frail girl, Denki said in disappointment. I wouldn't call her frail, Bakugo said, ignoring the rest of what his class had to say. Making his was to the waiting room, Izuku was greeted by the sight of Uraraka. Oh man, I lost, Uraraka said with a sigh. You're okay? What about your injuries? Izuku asked. Recovery girl fixed me right up. But wow, was Bakugo strong. I really need to work harder, Uraraka said, slightly frustrated. Are you really alright? Izuku asked. Yeah, better than I expected. You're amazing and I wanted to be more like you, but I guess it wasn't enough, Uraraka said. Uraraka, why do you want to be a hero? Izuku asked, always wanting to know the answer. Well, I want to be a hero for the money. Yeah, I know it's not a very noble reason, Uraraka replied. No, it's alright. Heroes make a ton of money, who wouldn't want to live lavishly? Izuku said in an attempt to make her feel better. You see, my parents own a construction company, but business has been tough. So we don't have a lot of money right now. I want to be a hero so I can give my parents an easy life, Uraraka explained. That's an amazing reason, one of the best I've heard, Izuku said with a smile. What about you? Uraraka. I've always wanted to be a hero so I can be like All Might. I want people to feel safe when they see me. Simple really, But now it's so much more than that. I have so much I have to do and sometimes I feel like I'm not enough. Some people say they feel as if they have the whole world on their shoulders. I feel like I have the whole universe on mine, Izuku explained. Wow. Well, I think you can do it. I know you can, Uraraka said, which put a smile on Izuku's face. Thanks, he said. And Kirishima has won. With all the finalists, it's time to move on. The voice of Present Mike was heard even in the waiting room. Already? Well, see you, Izuku said as he made his way to the stage entrance. When Izuku left, Uraraka pulled out her phone and called her dad. She talked to her father, explaining and crying how she wasn't good enough. But like any good father, he supported her and loved her, telling her how amazing she was. I love you, Achiko, her father said over the phone. As Izuku was making his way, he was met with the person who he least expected to meet, Endeavor. He says, shocked. I was looking for you. I've noticed you throughout the whole festival. You're quite powerful. Much stronger than some pros I've seen. I wouldn't be surprised in the least if you one day become one of the top 2 pro heroes, Endeavor stated. What are you even talking about? Izuku said as he chose to ignore Endeavor, walking past him. It's my Shoto's duty to surpass All Might. You're the perfect test to see how far he's gotten. That's all I wanted to say. Sorry for wasting your time, Endeavor said, which made Izuku stop. I'm not a test. I'm not some obstacle that your son has to face. And he's not you, it's his own power. He's his own person, not a creation that has to beat All Might, Izuku said as he started to get angry. Not wanting to talk to Endeavor much longer, Izuku left and made his way to the stage. Oof, Endeavor snorted. Todoroki, Izuku thought, as he was going into the match with one goal in mind. Midoriya, Todoroki thought, as he also went with one goal. I can feel the anticipation. This might be the most epic fight. We have the one who won his last match by a landslide, freezing half the stage. Shoto Todoroki from the hero course, Present Mike announced as Todoroki walked to the stage. I will win, he says to himself. Versus, the overwhelming force that always wins. The epitome of unfairness when it comes to quirks, Izuku Midoriya from the hero course, Present Mike announced as Izuku walked to the stage. I'm actually quirkless, he thinks to himself. Tokoyami, how do you think this match will go? There's a high chance Midoriya will win. But we've never seen Todoroki's full power, so he may have a chance. Only if he goes all out, Tokoyami explained. Right? I wonder if Deku can convince him to do it, Uraraka said. Izuku, Inko shouted with tears flowing like a river from her eyes, her house covered in tissues. In a different place far away, a man was in a dark room staring at the monitor wondering how this fight will go out. Watch closely, Shigaraki. They might become obstacles you'll have to face one day, a mysterious dark voice said. What a load of CRP, I'm not worried about these kids, Shigaraki replied to the voice. Back to the sports festival, people were making bets over who will win. My money's on the ice kid, lady. Betting money over children? Highly unheroic. Besides, that green kid hasn't once gone all out these past tournament. He's never had the chance to, Kamui Wood said. When I met him I thought he could just fly. He keeps on surprising me, Death Arms added. Oh, yeah, didn't Midoriya fight off that villain that even you had trouble against? While Todoroki fought the leader with Bakugo, 13 said to All Might. Yes. They're pretty similar, they give off the same vibe, All Might said. Both of these competitors have shown top-class performances. Now it's time to see which one is stronger. It's two great rivals fighting. Now it's time for Midoriya versus Todoroki. Begin! Present Mike announced. Now, Todoroki shouts as he summons a large amount of ice that fired itself towards Izuku. Smash! Izuku shouts as he punches through the ice, breaking it apart. Then again and again, negating Todoroki's attack. Midoriya stopped Todoroki's attack with his bare hands, Present Mike said. Izuku then shoots forward, flying over the ground and appearing right in front of Todoroki, delivering a powerful punch to the gut. You'll never beat me without going all out, Izuku says in Todoroki's ear as he sends him flying up with his punch. Todoroki s's his teeth in anger. Summoning more ice while he's in the air, he once again shoots at Izuku, who dodged it by flying straight up. Slow, Izuku says. Todoroki lands on the ground staring above at the green-haired flying teen. Go all out, Izuku says. Shut up, Todoroki replied as he summoned an extremely large glacier, similarly to what he did to Shiro. Todoroki is doing what he did before. Will Midoriya fall prey to his attack? Present Mike said in his powerful and loud voice. Think again, Izuku said as he began to fire off hot blast from his ring which began to melt through the ice, stopping Todoroki before he could complete it. Wow, look at these kids. They're already better than the average pro, a person in the audience said. Well, that's what you can expect from the number 2 hero's son, and the person which such a powerful and versatile quirk, another person added. Todoroki snorts as he summons large spikes of ice from the ground toward Izuku. But when they were about to reach him, Izuku constructed a mallet easily breaking them apart. Todoroki continues his constant attacks, while Midoriya continuously stops them, Present Mike said. Midoriya has been on constant defense, but he has the chance to properly attack and chooses not to, Tokoyami said. What's he planning? You're trembling, Todoroki, Izuku says. Todoroki didn't know where Izuku was going with this. Quirks are physical abilities too, everyone has a limit. Your body probably can't handle all this cold, but with your left side you can negate that, Izuku says as he dashed to Todoroki and delivered a powerful right punch. Everyone is trying their best, doing everything they can to reach their dream. To become number 1, but you're only using half. This whole time you've never once hit me, Izuku says powerfully as he hit Todoroki with an uppercut. Hit me with everything you got. What are you on about? Did my old man pay you to say these things? Todoroki says angrily, now that you're close, I can get you, Todoroki says as he begins to activate his quirk, trying to put his hand on Izuku. You'll never win, Izuku says as he grabs Todoroki's right arm, stopping it in place, and delivers a powerful right hook to his face, sending Todoroki skidding back. Looking at his left arm, Izuku saw that it was covered in ice. With a glow and flex, the ice broke off. But why do you care so much? Todoroki asked as he got up. Because everyone is giving it their all. I've wanted this all my life. I know what it's like to be powerless, so to see you just give your half all the time. To never try. We all want to be number 1. So how can I allow you to not try your best, while we all do? Izuku exclaimed as he dashed forward before Todoroki can react, kneeing him in the stomach. Shut up, Todoroki says as he gets up. Large amounts of frost covering his right side. You want to be a hero, don't you? It's okay to be 1 inch. The voice of his mother played itself in his head, causing him to think back to his childhood, the torment and abuse at the hands of his father. While his mother scarred him for life, all because of his left side. Because of his father's sued. I'm never going to use my old man's power, Todoroki said. It's not his power. I don't know all your circumstances and what you've been through, but you're letting endeavor stop you from achieving your own dream. To be a hero. So use your quirk, half hot half cold. Your quirk, Izuku shouts, trying to get through Todoroki. I almost forgot, Todoroki thinks to himself. You don't have to be bound by your blood, it's okay to be who you want to be, his mother's voice reverberated in his head. A large amount of fire appeared on Todoroki's left, reaching immense lengths. With such intense heat almost everyone felt it. This is it, Present Mike shouts. He's using it. Ida exclaimed in shock. Even during the cavalry battle he didn't use it. So Midoriya was able to convince him, All Might says with a smile. Even though you want to win, you're still helping your enemy. I want to be a hero, Todoroki exclaims as the fire dies down, showing off both sides of his quirk at the same time. Shoto! So you finally accepted who you are. This will be the dawn of a new age. With my blood you'll not only surpass me, but achieve what I created you for. Endeavor exclaims with excitement. Endeavor with the words of encouragement? Present Mike says with slight confusion. Wow, Izuku says with a large smile. Why are you smiling? You've been using your quirk this whole time, I know you're tired. Don't blame me for what happens next, Todoroki says as he begins to unleash his strongest attack. I'm never too tired, Izuku says as his ring begins to grow extremely brightly. Midnight, we have to stop this. Cementos exclaims as he starts to use his quirk, realizing the severity of their attack. One of them might die, Midnight says as she rips off a piece of her costume and releases her own quirk. Are these just kids? Present Mike shouts. Todoroki creates an insane amount of ice covering the whole stage, with more shooting toward Izuku. He dodges them as he starts to create one of his biggest constructs yet. As the air around them chilled as a result of Todoroki's ice, he then used his left side to summon an enormous amount of fire, which rapidly heated the air around him. Hey! Izuku shouts as he puts an enormous amount of willpower into his attack. In front of him, an enormous amount of light began to appear, taking the form of a gigantic tornado reaching the top of the stadium, releasing heavy winds pushing back even people in the stands. I see now, Midoriya. Thank you, Todoroki says. As he fires his superheated blast of fire at Izuku, while Izuku let his green tornado rip everything in front of him to shreds. This is too much, Present Mike shouts. These demon kids, Cementos shouts angrily as he summons several large walls in between each attack. Even so, it did nothing much as both attacks completely decimated the walls and clashed head-on. An extremely large explosion occurred, blowing everything away with powerful winds. Midnight and Cementos were sent flying away due to such power. Holy see! Mineta shouts as he had to hold on to his seat as to not go flying. Even though power isn't everything, these kids sure are amazing, Cementos said. What is up with your class? Present Mike asked Aizawa. They're so troublesome. The air around the ring had been thoroughly cooled down, and then rapidly expanded when heated up, Aizawa explained with a sigh. Geez, is that what caused the explosion? How hot did that fire get? Present Mike asks. That and the gigantic tornado with such powerful winds, Aizawa said. Geez, I can't see anything. Is the match still going on or what? Present Mike asked. Midnight got up with a strain. The fog and smoke began to clear, revealing a person out of bounds. There, Midnight said. In the out-of-bounds area you could see an unconscious. Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins, Midnight announced, and the crowd went crazy with the cheers. Huff huff, I really need a nap, Izuku says as he unsummoned the constructs attached to his feet which locked him in place, preventing him from going out of bounds. He instantly collapsed trying to get some rest. So Todoroki got eliminated in the quarterfinals, a viewer said. Even with everything he had, it wasn't enough. Wow, that Midoriya is amazing. I don't doubt he's gonna win this whole thing, another viewer said. Yeah, that was some crazy power. How does his quirk even work? Someone else said. Well, he can fly, has super strength, I think he has enhanced speed too, and he seems to be able to create things with light, someone explained. Demon, what a juggernaut, a pro hero said. With a quirk like that, I would be in the top 10, hell maybe even top 3, another hero said. Man, he could probably be number 1, a hero said with a sigh of envy. In the infirmary room, Recovery Girl was looking over both Izuku and Todoroki. No serious injuries, just a few scratches and bumps. You just need a nap because of your immense stamina loss, Recovery Girl said to Izuku. That's good, Izuku said as he closed his eyes, immediately dozing off. As for you, Recovery Girl said, turning to Todoroki, a few broken ribs, broken wrist, and twisted ankle. I can heal you right up, and you should also rest. Okay, Todoroki said as he long accepted his loss. After being healed by Recovery Girl, she left to let them rest. The peace was interrupted when Endeavor walked into the infirmary. Not bad, but it could be better. You need to learn to control your left side. It's dangerous to release energy like that. But I'm glad you're finally seeing reason. Now that you've abandoned your little rebellion, we can get back to what's important. After you graduate, you'll work by my side. I'll lead you down the path of the mighty, Endeavor said with a smile. I didn't abandon anything. It's not something that can be easily erased. But for that one moment, for the first time, I forgot about you. Maybe it's good or bad, maybe I don't even need you, Todoroki explained. You'll see, you need me, Endeavor snorted as he walked off. Soon after though, the whole class walked in. Midoriya, Deku, Todoroki, they all said as they walked in. Todoroki hushed them as he pointed to a sleeping Izuku. He's asleep after such a scary fight? Mineta said with a loud whisper. Well, whenever he uses his quirk too much he gets more and more tired, Uraraka. So will he make it in time for his next match? You're being too noisy. We'll see if he has it in him later, Recovery Girl said as she made everyone leave the infirmary. After that the stage had to be rebuilt as a result of Izuku and Todoroki's attack. After that short break it's time to continue the second round. Present Mike says. The first match was Ida versus Ibarra. When it began she immediately tried to use her vines to attack, but with Recipro Burst Ida was able to get behind her quickly, grabbing her and pushing out the edge. Ida won. After that, it was Tokoyami versus Mina. It was a very quick fight. She tried to throw a ball of acid at him, but with Black Shadow he evaded and hit her, knocking her out of bounds. Tokoyami won. Lastly it was Bakugo versus Kirishima. It was a longer battle with Kirishima withstanding Bakugo's explosion. Kirishima even managed to land hits on Bakugo, but in the end because of overusing his quirk, Kirishima gave Bakugo an opening, which he used and fired off a large explosion. Knocking Kirishima out, Bakugo won. Ladies and gentlemen, our final four, Present Mike said as the names of the final four contestants appeared on the screen. Izuku Midoriya versus Tenya Ida. Katsuki Bakugo versus Fumikage Tokoyami. So I have to face Midoriya? I don't know if I should be worried or excited, Ida said. Yawn. What did I miss? Izuku said as he made his way to his friends. Midoriya. You're okay? I'm fine. I do wish I had more time to rest though, Izuku responds. I see. Well, I'm your opponent. I hope you go all out against me, Ida says as he bows a little and leaves to get ready. What? Really? Izuku says, surprised as he looks at the screen to see him having to fight Ida. Michim. He's nervous, Uraraka said. I am too, Izuku says as he also leaves to get ready. The first match of the semifinals. The overbearing flashlight Izuku Midoriya. And the one who holds a heroic legacy, Tenya. Present Mike announced. Midoriya, Ida said as he got on the stage. Yes. Izuku wondered what he wanted. I just have one request if you may. Please do not hold back, go the fastest you possibly can and hit me as hard as you can, Ida said. Definitely, Izuku says with a nod. Begin. Recipro Burst, Ida shouts as he uses his ultimate move in the beginning. Get ready, Izuku says as flies using his fastest speed quickly appearing in front of Ida. Too fast, Ida thinks to himself as he sees Izuku right in front of him. He saw the fist coming straight at him, but it was already too late to dodge. The punch connected, sending Ida flying. Back, damn it, Ida says as he stares at the bright blue sky. Suddenly green chains started to wrap itself around him, disabling any movement. Ida has been immobilized. Izuku Midoriya wins, Midnight says as the crowd wildly cheers. Here, Izuku says as he released the chains, reached his hand down for Ida to take it. Thank you, Ida says as he grabs Izuku's arm, lifting himself up. You did great, Ida. I could barely see you guys, Uraraka says, trying to cheer him up. It's alright. This just shows I have a lot to learn until I can be a proper hero, Ida says. The final battle of the semifinals. Bakugo versus Tokoyami, Present Mike announced. The fight between Bakugo and Tokoyami was a bad matchup from the start. Tokoyami's greatest weakness is light, which weakens Dark Shadow. With Bakugo, his explosions gave off constant light, forcing Dark Shadow to stay on the defensive. In the end though, Bakugo showcased a new move, a stun grenade which produced a massive amount of light, weakening Dark Shadow and giving Bakugo the chance to get close. With that, Bakugo grabbed his beak and forced Tokoyami to surrender. That was a bad matchup from the start, Kirishima said. Yeah. So the next one is Midoriya and Bakugo, Denki added. Round 2 huh? Thro said. Our final fight will be Izuku Midoriya versus Katsuki Bakugo, Present Mike said, which caused the crowd to go wild. These fights have been such a big showcase for Class 1A, damn it, Monoma said in irritation. Wow, these first years are amazing, a civilian in the stand said. Yeah, the next match is gonna be intense, someone else added. Bakugo muttered under his breath as he clenched his fist. This fight is going to be insane. Bakugo has been training really hard to be Midoriya, Kirishima. We'll have to take notes for next time, Ida said. Suddenly he began vibrating intensely. Ida. Uraraka was confused on what was going on. Relax, it's just my phone, Ida said as he pulled it out to see it's his mother calling him. Excusing himself, he went to a quiet place to talk to his mother. Regretfully, I lost, Mother. It wasn't enough. It's not that. Listen carefully, Tenya. It's about your brother, Tense. A villain got him. Ida's mother explained everything over the phone, bringing great shock to Ida. Back in waiting room 2, Izuku was busy resting, trying to conserve as much stamina as possible in preparation for his fight. He already spent so much against Todoroki, he doubts he can do another big one like that. Hey, what the hell are you doing here? Bakugo said as he walked into the room. Looking at the door, he noticed that he actually entered the wrong room. This is my waiting room, Kaken, Izuku says. TCH whatever. I may have walked into the wrong room, but I'm still gonna be at the top of my game. Bring me all you got, Deku, and I'm still going to crush you, Bakugo says. I look forward to our rematch, Kaken, Izuku says with a smile. Which just sees Bakugo off as he leaves the room, going to the correct one. Welcome to the final battle of the UA Sports Festival, everyone. Soon we're gonna see which first year comes out on top. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya and his classmate Katsuki Bakugo, present, Mike announced as the crowd cheered. Both Izuku and Bakugo walked to the stage and stared at each other. Bakugo said. Kaken, Izuku replied. Begin. They both dashed at each other. Bakugo started off with a large explosion which Izuku easily dodged. Izuku went for an uppercut, but Bakugo shot an explosion which propelled him backwards, while also hitting Izuku. Izuku created a large mallet and flew to Bakugo. He swung down, but Bakugo managed to dodge it by propelling himself to the side and going up. When it comes to the air, you're not beating me, Izuku said as he shot upwards towards Bakugo. Bakugo fired off a large explosion, but Izuku spun and dodged it, then proceeded to hit Bakugo with a spinning kick, sending him straight down and crashing into the floor. Bakugo snorted as he got up. Izuku flew straight down and went for a left hook, but Bakugo bent backwards dodging it. As he went to fire an explosion, Izuku grabbed his arm and threw him up in the air. Bakugo managed to stabilize himself in the air with his explosions, but it was too late as Izuku was already in front of himself, delivering a gut punch, causing Bakugo to spit blood. Hitting him with an axe kick, Bakugo was sent crashing down once again. What a brawl! Present Mike exclaimed, seeing the pure combat skill these two were showing off. Bakugo is a prodigy when it comes to battle, easily adapting to many circumstances. But Midoriya has the advantage in almost everything else, Aizawa said. I'm just getting started, Bakugo said as he wiped the blood off his mouth and got up. Me too, Izuku says as he descends. They both stare at each other and sprint forward. Izuku went for a straight left punch which Bakugo dodged by leaning to the side, and counterattack with a strong punch to the side, causing Izuku to take a small step back. Bakugo used this moment to quickly spin using his explosions, and go for a powerful kick. Izuku bent back and dodged it, then proceeded to do a backflip kick hitting Bakugo square in the chin. As Bakugo was stumbling back about to fall, he used his explosions to stop himself. He then shot a large explosion at Izuku, who was still upside down. Izuku met his attack with an energy blast, which collided and caused an explosion, pushing both of them back. Wow, they're just going straight for close combat, Denki said. They're both very proficient in it, Momo said. They're not using their large attacks, no. They want to face each other head on, Tokoyami said. Where's Ida? Uraraka. Deku, Bakugo shouted as he propelled himself to Izuku. Kaken, Izuku said as he flew to him. Bakugo went for a kick once again, but this time Izuku grabbed his leg and slammed him into the floor. T-Siege, Bakugo responded with a large explosion directly in Izuku's face. Oh my! Present Mike shouted. Izuku said as the smoke cleared, revealing no injured, but smoke and ash in his face. I've noticed that you always seem to take small amounts of damage when you get attacked with powerful attacks, Bakugo said as he gets up and quickly moves. Yeah, I can take hits, Izuku said. Let's see if you can take this, Bakugo said as he stretched out one of his hands and used the other to form a circle on the palm of his outstretched hand. AP shot, Bakugo shouted as he fired an explosion through the circle. A fast concentrated beam shot towards Izuku, hitting him head-on in the stomach and sending him flying back. Do we have a winner? President Mike said. Cough cough, not bad, Izuku said as he got up holding his stomach. That attack managed to bypass his auto shield and actually injure him, but that's not enough, Izuku says as he creates chains which wrap itself Bakugo's waist. He pulls the chains, bringing Bakugo right to him. He was too fast for Bakugo and grabbed his head with his bare hand and proceeded to slam him head first into the ground. What an attack! President Mike exclaimed. Wow. This is so damn manly, a true fight, Kirishima said with stars in his eyes. Looks so scary, Mineta replied. Izuku jumped back ready to see what Bakugo would do next. Bakugo got up with his legs shaking. He was tired and his body was in pain. Deciding to end this with the next attack, he took to the air. Then using explosions to propel himself in a circular motion, he created a small tornado around himself. He then shot forward to Izuku. Seeing what Bakugo was doing, Izuku covered himself with a barrier. Howitzer impact, Bakugo shouted as he collided with Izuku and firing off an extremely large explosion. Bigger than anything he's ever fired off ever. The explosion engulfed almost the entire stage. No, seriously, what are up with your students? He's like an actual missile, President Mike exclaimed with shock. Bakugo could be seen breathing hard with his hands shaking hard. Part of his uniform was destroyed. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Izuku with his shirt in tatters, his breaths ripped. Covered in ash and soot, Izuku was also breathing heavily. Albeit better than Bakugo. That was amazing, Izuku said as he was breathing hard. Fdash, Bakugo thought. Izuku began to slowly float and his ring was glowing. But that wasn't enough, Izuku says as he creates a large construct. In the sky multiple green rocks made of light were created. Hey, this looks familiar, someone in the stands said. Yeah, someone else said. That's... Uraraka was shocked by what she was seeing. Uraraka, that's your attack, Kirishima said. Meteor shower, Izuku says as he raises his hand, and quickly signifies his constructs to attack by pointing at Bakugo. Deku, Bakugo shouted as he unleashed every last ounce of power in him, blasting apart as many of them as he could. But it was enough as one escaped and hit him, then another and another and another. Soon he could no longer attack and suffered the onslaught of all of the rocks. When they were all done, Bakugo could no longer move. His body had long collapsed and he was forced to stare at Izuku flying above him. Bakugo is KO'd. Our winner is Izuku Midoriya, Midnight said and the crowd went wild. Phew. I'm about to pass out, Izuku said as he instantly collapsed onto the ground. He didn't get enough rest. With the way he's been fighting since the Todoroki match, he's been wearing himself out. Firing off such large constructs more than once in such a short span is too much for him, Aizawa said looking at the collapsed Izuku. That concludes our final match. The first-year champion of the UA Sports Festival is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1, President Mike announced and the crowd kept on cheering. There was a short break for Izuku and Bakugo to wake up, and when they did it was finally time for the award ceremony. The first-year students have completed all of the events for the UA Sports Festival. Now it's time to relax and enjoy the awards ceremony, Midnight said. All the students stood on the field, while the top 3 stood on podiums showing of their position. 1 ST place, Izuku Midoriya. 2 ND place, Katsuki Bakugo. 3 RD place, Fumikage Tokoyami. In addition to Tokoyami, Ida is also in 3rd place. But he had to leave early due to family business, Midnight said with a kiss for the cameras. What happened to Ida? Izuku wondered. Now we will award the medals. The presentation of the medals will, of course, be by this man. Midnight said as she pointed to the top of the stadium. I am here, the loud and powerful voice of All Might reverberated as he jumped off, landing onto the field. All Might. The fans went wild. Wow, the first years are so lucky, they get All Might as a teacher, people in the crowd said. Now, All Might if you may. Please present these medals, starting with third place, Midnight said as she showed the 3 different medals. Bronze, silver, and gold. All right. Young Tokoyami, you did great out there, you are quite strong, All Might said as he put the bronze medal over him. You are too kind, Tokoyami replied. However, in order to fight different types, you need to also train yourself. Don't always rely on your quirk, All Might said to Tokoyami as he gave him a hug. Yes, sir, Tokoyami said. Young Bakugo. You showed not only great power, but great skill, All Might said as he put the silver medal on him. It's not enough. I'm going to be the best, better than everyone else. Including you, Bakugo said. Keep that ambition, but don't use it as your sole purpose, All Might said to Bakugo as he gave him a hug. Tease, Bakugo got annoyed. And now young Midoriya. Truly spectacular, you deserve this. All Might said as he presented the gold medal. Thanks All Might as he accepted the medal. Less than a year ago, he couldn't have even imagined actually making it to UA, and here he is winning the sports festival. I really am proud of you, young Midoriya, All Might said as he hugged Izuku, causing tears to form into Izuku's eyes. Thank you, Izuku replied. There we have it. The winners. But don't forget, any one of you could have been on these podiums. It's as you saw. Competing, improving each other, and climbing even further. So I have one thing to say. Everyone say it with me, All Might announced. Thank you for your hard work plus ultra. All Might and everyone said at the same time. You were supposed to say plus ultra All Might, the crowd shouts. Well, I thought they worked hard, All Might said embarrassed. Like that the sports festival ended. As the day ended, Class 1A was in class, having a talk with Aizawa. Good work. There will be no school tomorrow or the day after. I'm sure many pro heroes will want to recruit you all, but we'll consolidate everything and announce it when you get back. So rest well and look forward to that. Yes, the whole class responded. All right, you're all dismissed, Aizawa said, and the class began to leave excitedly. Making his way home, Izuku couldn't help but stare at his ring. I won for the first time. I was number 1 inch, Izuku said with a smile. This is only the beginning. I'll not only become the number 1 hero, but the greatest Green Lantern. I won't let you down, Asmo, All Might, Izuku said as he clenched his fist. Creator's thoughts. Big underscore papa. Part 2 of this is technically the longest chapter at 9k words. It was originally gonna be the entire sports festival in one chapter, but you guys wanted me to split it up, instead of having a 17k words chapter. So yeah, Izuku held back against Shinso, he just wanted to test out how to fight against mind controllers. While with Bakugo he was already tired from all the fighting he's been doing since the cavalry battle. Tell me what you think, guys. Comment. Chapter 10, Hero Names. The next 2 days after the sports festival, the school was closed so that students can heal and rest. On his way back to school, Izuku could be seen on the train, looking at hero news on his phone. No way, you're Midoriya, a random person said. Midoriya? From the sports festival. Another person said, wow man, you were so cool. You won the whole thing, I knew you would. You have such an awesome quirk. Constant praise and awe-filled statements entered Izuku's ears. Oh, thanks, Izuku said as this was a very strange experience for him. You're gonna be a great hero, someone said. I'll try my best, Izuku said with a smile. It's morning and I'm already tired, Izuku said with a yawn as he was walking to the UA entrance. It was raining, so everyone around him had an umbrella. Though Izuku forgot his, he just created a construct of one. Good morning, Midoriya. Ida exclaimed as he was running in a raincoat and boots. You seemed fired up today. Why are you going so fast? Izuku asked. Why are you going so slow? We're going to be late, Ida said. Late? We have 5 more minutes until the bell rings, Izuku says as he creates a functional watch, looking at the time which was still 6:55. UA students should always be 10 minutes early. You as the class president especially, Ida said as he ran past Izuku. With a sigh, Izuku followed him. In the locker room, as they were putting things away, Izuku wanted to talk to Ida about something. Ida, I heard about what happened to your brother Izuku was interrupted. There's no need for any of that, everything is fine. I apologize for worrying you, Ida said with a smile as he walked off. If you say so, Izuku replied. But for some reason he couldn't shake this feeling he had. He just hoped it wasn't anything bad. It was so weird having people recognize me. So many people wanted to talk to me on my way here, Mina said. Yeah, me too. Kirishima said. People were staring at me too. It was kind of embarrassing, Toru explained. Isn't that normal for you? Joas. Man, at least you guys didn't have a bunch of elementary school students yelling nice try, and not bad at you, Siro groaned. One sports festival and we're like celebrities, Denki said excitedly. UA is amazing, Mineta said. Midoriya, how about you? Kirishima asked. Wasn't too bad, Izuku says, not wanting to reveal that he ended up flying away because he felt embarrassed. Morning, Aizawa said as he walked into class. Good morning, the class responded. Mr. Aizawa, I see that your bandages are gone. I'm glad. Ribbit, to you added. I'm fine. That old lady went overboard with her treatment anyway. Enough about that. Today we're having an important class on hero informatics, Aizawa states. Informatics? A quiz. Everyone in the class was worried. You need code names. Time to pick your hero identity, Aizawa said. Awesome, they all exclaimed. Quiet, Aizawa said as he activated his quirk, making his eyes glow red and hair rise. The class instantly quieted down and acted in a calm and collected manner. Now where was I? Right, this is because of the pro hero draft picks I mentioned the other day. Normally this would wait until at least your second year, but because of your experience, it's been extended to you. This also gives the chance for heroes to show they are truly invested in your future. Though they can still get cancelled if the interest dies down after graduation, Aizawa explained. So we still have to prove ourselves, even after we get picked? Tourist. Correct. Now here is the total for those of you who got offers, Aizawa said as he pulled out a remote, pointing it to the screen as a list of names and number popped up. Izuku Midoriya, 6345. Shoto Todoroki, 4125. Katsuki Bakugo, 3676. Fumikage Tokimi, 360. Usually it's more spread out, but this year all eyes were on 3 people, Aizawa said as the class looked in shock. The difference is that big? Denki says as he stared at his 272 draft picks, then looked back at Izuku's 6345. Those heroes don't know a real star when they see it, Aoyama said seeing that he got no internship offers. Not surprised that Midoriya got the most, but Todoroki getting more than Bakugo? Jar said looking at the list. Yeah, Todoroki lost in the quarterfinals. While Bakugo got second place, Kirishima said as he was confused. That's amazing, you must be proud, Momo said to Todoroki. They're all because of my father, I don't deserve it, Todoroki explains. Wow, look at us Ida. They won us, Uraraka said as she was shaking Ida. Wow Midoriya, you got so many, Mineta said as he was shaking him. Yeah, wow, all of them want me, huh? Izuku said. I bet they were all impressed by the crazy things you were doing. So about my request of Cray Dash. Mineta was interrupted before he could finish his sentence by Aizawa. Now, it doesn't matter if you got offers or not. You're all interning under a hero, Aizawa said. Oh, so we can still intern. So said. Yes. Even though you already have experience with real villains, but it's still beneficial to see pros at work firsthand, Aizawa explained. So this is what the hero names are for. Uraraka said. Yeah. Now this is what I'm talking about, Sato said. Even though these hero names are most likely temporary, you should still take them seriously, or dash, Aizawa said. As he was about to go into more detail, the door swings open. You'll have held hay later, Midnight exclaimed as she walked in. The boys in class instantly manifested a large smile. What you pick today could be your hero name for life, so be careful. Or else you could be stuck with something indecent, she explained as she walked seductively. It's Midnight, all the boys thought as their face turned red. She's got a point. She'll be looking over you guys and will have the final say over your names. It's not my style, Aizawa said as he pulled out his futon. Your hero name will reinforce your image of who you want to be. It tells people exactly what you represent. Take All Might for example, he explained. My hero name. I've thought about this since I was a kid. From All Might Jr. to Mighty Boy. I know who I want to be, but am I ready to accept it? Izuku thought as many white bards were passed around. All right, who among you would like to share? Midnight asked after a couple of minutes had passed. We're presenting these? Kirishima thought nervously. Who has the ball to go first? Shiro thought. As they were worrying, Aoyama walked up to the front of the class. Here I go, he says as he flips his whiteboard over, showcasing his chosen name. The sparkling hero. I cannot stop twinkling, he states. Come on, it's a sentence, everyone shouts in response. It's stunning, but take out the cannot and replace it with a can't, Midnight said. Thank you, mademoiselle, Aoyama says. She likes it. The class unanimously thinks. Are you even French? Sadoest. I guess I'm next, Mina said as she goes to the front of the class. My hero name is Alien Queen, Mina exclaims. Like that horrible monster with the acidic blood? I wouldn't if I were you, Midnight said as she denied it. Oh man, Mina replied as she went back to her seat. She didn't like that one? The class unanimously thought. Dang, I feel like mine has to be funny or something now, Shiro thought. Can I go next? Tsuyu said as she raised her hand. With a nod she went to the top of the class. I've had this in mind since elementary school. The rainy season hero, Froppy, she stated. That's so delightful and cute, it sounds very approachable, Midnight says. Finally a normal one, Shiro says. I got mine. The sturdy hero, Red Riot, Kirishima says. Red Riot? Oh, I see, you're paying homage to the Crimson Riot, Midnight said. Yep. I want to be just like him, even though he's old school. He's my idol, Kirishima said. With the name of someone you admire, you have a lot of expectations to live up to, Midnight said. I look forward to it, Kirishima says with a smile. Wow, you're so manly, Kirishima, Shiro said, teasing the manly, infatuated teen. I can't think of one, Denki said as he was contemplating cool-sounding names. I got one for you. How about Jamming-Ye? It's like Hemingway, right? Clever, I like it, Denki said with a smile. No, Jiru said as she fought back a laugh. It's because even though you're strong, you always jam your brain and say yay, Jiru said, not controlling her laugh. Oh come on, Denki felt offended. Hearing hero, earphone jack, Jiru says as she goes to the front of the class. That's a good one. Next, Midnight said. Tentacle hero, tentacle, Mizo said. I like it, has a little bit of tentacle and octopus in it, Midnight said. The taping hero, cellophane, Shiro said. Nice and simple, good, Midnight stated. Martial arts hero, tailman, Ojiro said. It perfectly reflects yourself, Midnight added. Sweets hero, sugarman, Sato says. So sweet, Midnight said. Pinky, Mina exclaims. Make them looks work, Midnight told her. Stun gun hero, charge bolt, Denki exclaims. Makes me tingly, Midnight said as she was squirming. Stealth hero, invisible girl, Toru said. Well it fits, Midnight replied. Everything hero, Creati, Momo said. Very creative, Midnight responded. Shoto, Todoroki said. Just your name? Are you sure? Midnight asked. Yes, Todoroki replied. Jet black hero, Tsukimi, Tokoimi shows the class. Ooh god of the night, Midnight said in response. Fresh big hero, grape juice, Mineta said showing off his name. Not bad, Midnight said. Koda went to the front of the class showing off his chosen name, petting hero, Anima. Got it, Midnight thumbs him up. King explosion murder, Bakugo exclaims. No, Midnight replied. What? Why? Why don't you be explosion boy? Kirishima said. Shut it, Bakugo replied. Okay, my turn, Uraraka said as she went to the front. Uravity, Uraraka said. Oh my, I love it, Midnight said. Yay, Uraraka celebrated. This is going by pretty smoothly. All we have is Bakugo who needs to rethink his Ida and Midoriya, Midnight exclaimed. Brother Ada thinks as his mind wanders back to the time in the hospital, where he learned that his brother lost all feeling in his leg. His hero duty is finished. But Ingenium isn't. His brother wants him to accept the name Ingenium in his stead. I can't, not yet, Ida thinks as he instead chooses to go with his first name. Tenya, he says. So you're going with your first name too? Well, okay then. Midoriya, are you ready? Midnight asks. Yeah, Izuku says as he gets up to the front of the class. The class was excited, wondering what he's going to pick. Well, what is it? Minas. The hero of the light, Green Lantern, Izuku announces with his whiteboard. Perfect. It's because you release light like a lantern, right? And you're all about green, Midnight asked. Something like that, Izuku says. Now that I think about it, you brought out some sort of Green Lantern during the USJ, Momo said. Wow, you must really like lanterns, Uraraka. You have no idea, Izuku thinks as he makes his way back to his seat. Lord Explosion Murder, Bakugo exclaims. Still no, Midnight replied. Alright, now that everyone has chosen their hero names, let's talk about these internships, Aizawa said as he woke up from his nap. They last a week, and you have 2 days to pick. If you received offers, you're going to get a list of all the agencies that want you. While if you didn't, you're going to pick out of the 40 agencies given to you, Aizawa said, holding papers. Now you should pick heroes whose specialization will help you. For example, 13 is all about rescuing from disasters and accidents, Midnight said. Think carefully before you decide, Aizawa added as he began passing around sheets of papers containing agencies. I want to fight crime in urban areas, Kirishima said, excitedly gleaming at his paper. I want mine to have a lot of floods, Tsuyu said. Make the correct decision, dismissed, Aizawa said as it was time for lunch. So, which agencies have you guys chosen? Minas. I'm going with lady, Mineta said with a thumbs up and perverted smile. You're thinking of something perverted, aren't you? Tsuyu said. Mineta replied. You made it pretty far in the tournament. I don't know why you got no offers, Ojiro said to Mina. I know, right, she responded with a sigh. Hey Deku, who did you pick? Uraraka asked, only to see a muttering Izuku. Mutter 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 mutter. So many choices, not a lot of time. The top 4 heroes except for All Might have given me offers. Endeavor is good with destructive power and is MSTR of control. Though he's a JRK. Hawks is amazing at flying, and I could learn a lot, though our styles are too different. Best Jeans is amazing at skill and technique, easily restraining powerful villains. But there is so much else I want to learn. Mutter 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 mutter, Izuku said deep into thought. Snap out of it, everyone said as they began shaking him. What happened? He asked, confused. We almost lost you, Mina answered. Oh sorry, I was just thinking about which agencies would be the best for me, Izuku said. Well, I already have mine, Uraraka said. Oh, which one? Minas. The hero Gunheads, Uraraka replied. Gunhead? But he's a combat hero. I thought you wanted to do rescue like 13, Izuku said. Well, that's my main goal. But after battling Bakugo, I realized that the stronger I am, the better my options, Uraraka said as she raised a fist to the air. That's amazing. I'm at a crossroads. Every agency offers something that can be useful, but I don't know which to pick, Izuku said with a sigh. Well, your greatest power is the ability to create anything you imagine. You should pick an agency which can help you with that, Momo suggested. You're right, thanks Yaoyorozu, Izuku said as he began to think of any agencies that can help him with his constructs. Pretty soon the day ended, and even so, Izuku couldn't figure which agency he wanted to intern under. Want to walk home together? Uraraka asked. Yeah, sure. Where's Ida? Izuku asked. He must have left early. He seemed very quiet today, Uraraka said, worried for her friend. Yeah. I think it's because of his brother, Izuku responded. What had happened to Ida's brother, Ingenium, was in the news. Permanently damaged by an uprising villain. A villain who specifically goes after heroes, the hero killer Stain. As they were about to walk through the door, the overbearing figure of All Might. "I am here," he exclaimed. "All Might." Both Izuku and Uraraka said, "Yes." "Young Midoriya, can we talk for a bit?" All Might asked. "Yeah, sure." "I'll be back, Uraraka," Izuku answered. "Oh," Uraraka replied. "Good." All Might said as he led him to the teacher's lounge where Aizawa was waiting. "Mr. Aizawa?" Izuku said as he was confused about where this was going. "You're finally here. Let's get straight to the point, Midoriya. You're too simple-minded, just like All Might," Aizawa said. Izuku said, "I didn't know I came here to be disrespected." What Aizawa means by that is that you limit yourself too much. You can create anything you imagine, and you keep on creating basic things. You've just recently started making more and more complex constructs, but even then you can only do it a few times before you're done for the day, All Might said as he deflated. "Yeah, I guess you're right," Izuku agreed. "As a Green Lantern, you're supposed to be a protector of the universe, right? As you are right now, that's impossible," Aizawa said, adding salt to the wound. "Is this supposed to help?" Izuku thinks. "That's why we've found who we think is the perfect hero for you to intern with," All Might said as Aizawa hands Izuku a slip of paper. "The artistic hero, Da Vinci? I've never heard of him," Izuku says, reading the paper. "Well, he retired years ago. At his peak he was in the top 50, Aizawa says. "Really? Why do you think I should have my internship with him?" Izuku asked. "Well, his power is all about creation and imagination. If there's anyone in the world best fit to help you, it's him," Aizawa answered. "So what do you say? If you already have another agency in mind, it's all right. It's your choice after all," All Might says. "No. I think he's perfect. I couldn't pick anyone even though I had over 6,000 choices." "Thank you," Izuku says with a small bow. "Good, now off you go. I have sleep to catch up on," Aizawa said, shooing them away. The hero Da Vinci, I wonder what he's like, Izuku thought as he walked out and made his way back to Uraraka. "So? What did All Might want?" Uraraka asked. "Oh, he just wanted to give me a recommendation for an agency," Izuku answered. "Oh, who?" Uraraka asked. "An artistic hero named Da Vinci. He's supposedly all about imagination and creation, so he's the best person for me to intern under," Izuku explained. "I never heard about him before. But if All Might says you should do it, then he must be very good," Uraraka added. "Hey, where did Ida say he was going to intern?" Izuku asked. "I don't know, some hero in Hosu," Uraraka answered. "Hosu?" Izuku said as he began to think about something. "Isn't that the last place where the hero killer, Stain, was spotted? Please don't try and do what I think you're about to do, Ida," Izuku thought to himself as he came to a grim conclusion. But in the end, though he wanted to be positive and trust that Ida wouldn't do something so dangerous, deep down he knew the answer.